Don't mind me, just fooling around with some ideas. We are all set to write down ideas if I get them, but this is not necessarily going to be a heavy grind of a workflow stream, because what it's going to be is a chill stream. The idea is I've got my little cup of coffee. I've been putting a lot of work in lately to the point where the physical effects are kind of receding. Like I've been doing my stretching and stuff. I came up with a cool way of dealing with the back issue, which I can probably show. Just a moment. Like here is what I figured out for dealing with the back problems I was having. I've got a chair I'm sitting in. Granted, it's kind of a fancy chair, but it should work with any. And I just wedge them sort of into the small of my back and lean back against the chair. If I shift my weight a little bit, it'll tend to roll farther or whatever, and I very nearly crush these things flat. Like I can squish a tennis ball in my hand, and in fact the weight of my body has basically broken it. This tennis ball wants to turn into two halves of a tennis ball now. But doing that was some help as far as dialing back the amount of back pain that I was in. And I'm just kind of trying to keep an eye on that, because I more or less have to get through this stuff on my own. And that is a thing that I think a lot of people can relate to. That doesn't make me unusual in any way. Although I think it would be a nicer world if that was a lot more unusual. I feel like when I was growing up it was a lot more unusual, and I have become way more normal over the years. Which seems like a bit of a drag, but I do my level best to try to bring positive things into the world. I guess I'm thinking about that. Hey Sergey, hey Marshall. I guess I'm thinking about that because I bounced off of a comment on Gearspace where it was a comment on Gearspace that brought my attention to a comment on a Reaper forum. Interestingly, the Reaper forum's relationship to me is very odd. There's a guy on there who has written me email. Adam, I will be happy to answer questions for people, regardless of whether it's a chill stream or not. You need to rephrase that question. I can't see what's under the consider the pl of the produce AU5. I don't understand your question. Please rephrase it. So, a guy brought to my attention a Reaper thread where people were basically just, that guy's a charlatan, we hate him, he sucks, and wanted to know what I thought of that. And as usual, I reacted in a relatively chill way, a very chill way, honestly, saying, yeah, people get to think what they want to think about things. I don't agree with them, and usually the stuff that they like, I don't like, so it's very difficult. So please, and then rephrase the rest of it. I don't understand what a produce AU5 is. Oh, you mean producer. I don't know that person. You must be referring to a person, because you say he. I'm not sure I'm the person to go to for a precise and accurate spectrogram. That said, I will show you one thing. I think I can anyhow. Going on my desktop, since we're desktop mode. And you'll bear with me while I dig through some old stuff. Because what I've got is my old mastering tool style. Yeah, here we have evergreen refs. And what I need to do is find where I have information in sonogram form. That is not it. So I don't have it there. It's literally images that I'm looking for. So that's interesting. And if I look away from there, I could try Airwindows notes or something. That's probably not got it either. I keep looking at stuff like this, and it's not showing me what I need. But what I'm looking for is something I used to have back in the day, and I may be able to find it and I may not. Again, I think you must mean discontinuous spectrogram. This is a harder chill stream than I thought. I can look in samples. Here's a collection of samples I've got, but that does not appear to be it. I don't know what dot trace snapshots is. I'll go back to pictures. Maybe I can get even just one image of what I'm talking about. Or maybe I can't. I don't know if I can. Under Chris, there's just a whole bunch of images, including the old mastering tools images. And yeah, it's this is a puzzle. I don't think it's in website graphics. No. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't show you the thing I was thinking of. I can't show you the thing I was thinking of, but when you mentioned spectrogram, it made me think of something that I did once upon a time. It's a long time ago. And I just keep wanting to be able to show you the picture. And seemingly I can't, but we'll see. Most of my life has been spent all stressed out over stuff anyway, so don't be too fretting about that. I'll look in oldest computer and see whether I have any examples of the thing I was talking about. It's not going to be under components. Yeah, today I can't drink the amount of coffee that would cause me to be chattering away and super coherent. Real basic projects? I don't think it was. See, I've always coded on stuff. These are all what you call real basic projects. That is the 2007 software environment I was able to use. And I was like, here's greatest plugin hits. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure I can even, yeah, it's a program, but it's a program for Mac OS 9. That's what I was working on back then. Sonogram Tools, that is also a program that won't run on this machine, but Sonogram Tools is along the lines of what I'm talking about, because I had done a bunch of stuff, like here, Song Machine is some kind of generative music thing. Rotz's Return of the Son of Space War, and Robot World some variation on that. Glassies was a top-down Twitch video game kind of thing. There's a lot of stuff. Bobcat's job has to do with synchronizing two different stereo files with each other. Yeah, I was working for a noted mastering engineer, Bob Katz, way before I had any of this stuff going on. FBO1 console is a way of, picture one? Well, can we open this in anything, I wonder? No. This is picture one. This is antique computer stuff here. And I'm just kind of looking through this for an example in any way of the images I'm talking about. And I don't think I'm finding it. You know, I thought I had a instance of this somewhere. I really did. I really thought I had this. I used to draw cartoons. I'm not sure how many of these things I can actually show on the stream. See, this is back in the day. I was trying to do a cartoon as if I was to be a cartoonist. I knew some things. For instance, this is a cat trying to get through the door, and it has a rocket launcher. It's not very well drawn. Yeah, and that's not even the one that I had done. Yeah, why am I continuing to look for this? It's because I'm very determined, I guess. Yeah, that ain't it. I've got evergreen refs, but okay, so the story behind that is I did things called sonograms, and they drew on a black background with like representation of audio over time as a sort of chart format, much like what I've got with the chart format in Airwindows Meter. The difference is it used an FFT program to draw information on this chart, you know, on a time basis, so it would go across and you'd see things being drawn the way that you see in the metering program, where if there's a percussive sound, then the RMS goes like spikes up and then goes down. Well, with a sonogram, you're doing an FFT analysis of that. And I'm describing it because I can't show you. I've just spent 10 minutes trying to find this thing so that I could show you, and I completely failed to do so. With the sonogram, each pixel of the image you're drawing, rather than being, bottom to top, being RMS and peak energy, it's an FFT analysis. FFT means fast Fourier transform. It's basically the same technique that MP3s use to break sound down into little chunks of loudness, like it was a ginormous graphic equalizer with little individual bits that spike up. And as such, you can assign a color to each loudness level. What that means is if you have a brief burst of like white noise, that can be a vertical bar. Instead of being a envelope-looking shape that spikes up and then swoops down, if you're doing a white noise sound, it can be a vertical bar that fades back into darkness again. And it could be in grayscale. The ones that I was using, there was a program called Amadeus that I used for what I use Twisted Wave for now. And Amadeus was able to plot out sonograms, and so I got heavily into that for a while. I made hundreds of these things, and they were all part of the Evergreen study. And I seem to have now lost all of it. Although I bet it's on a CD recordable somewhere. But I don't have it at my fingertips, sadly. And I was using a color scheme that was kind of like black through like heat colors, like red and then yellow and then white, just to make it look a little bit cooler. And I was trying to study hit records based on that. It wasn't telling me a lot of the things that I've ended up learning about. For instance, it would not tell you slew energy. And the idea of slew energy on graphics. Like, here is music, and my computer is good enough to run all of these things at the same time, and so I will. And here's my meter. And we've got this thing going on where I can draw stuff on the meter, and this is a sort of chart that draws. This is loudness, this is slew energy, and this is a zero crossing meter. And this is what I was spending weeks doing. Like the last couple of months I've been grinding incredibly hard to get this stuff up and working, which it is. It's working well enough that I can use it for stuff now. And I've even seen one person be able to download the source code and compile it, meaning that they can use it as well. I'm not good enough to do the rest of the porting. It's not building plugins for me on GitHub, and I'm not good enough to make it do that, at least not yet. But what I'm trying to describe as far as sonograms, and I don't think we can do this with Twisted Wave, sadly. Although Twisted Wave apparently will let me do video synchronization as a purchasable add-on. I do not like that trend in programs, where it's like, here are the pieces of the program that are there for you to use, except for that you have to buy them to unlock them. I don't like that in software. But then I'm an open source guy. Why would I like that in software? So what I'm describing is kind of like this. You can draw charts on the screen. And similarly to the zero cross meter, this bottom line is 20 hertz. And this is 200, this is 2K, and the very top is 20K. And what you get with the sonogram is lines drawn for the frequencies that are present in the audio, much bigger and more spectacular. And that I would call a spectrogram. It's just a question of, oh, okay, so I'm looking at the same thing, honestly. Here, let's go on the web a little bit and find some of this stuff. Can quit out of here. We'll fire up another tab and drag it into a window. I'm sure I can at least find a picture of, oh hi, I just lost the window that I made. That's pointless. Sonogram is basically a spectrogram. So yeah, this is the guy. I could buy it again, but I have not actually bought it again. Here he is. He is apparently living in the UK now. He's got an okay graphics, and I don't know if I have an image of the sonogram, or indeed if he even still has that present in this program. Let's see if we can find an example of what, like this is the guy that I used, what, 30 years ago? He was programming on OS 9. He says it runs smoothly on Apple Silicon Mac, which is not the same thing as saying that it is Apple Silicon native. Do the same search, but let's see if there's any images of it. Yeah, see, this is what I used to use for stuff. I used to use this program, look just like this. Here's how I worked with it. Sadly, yeah, see, he's cool. I like what he won a prize in 2021. Cool beans. UK mathematician. Very cool. That said, that is not a sonogram, and I'm looking for an image of what he used. Oh, there we go. So I used to be able to do this. I did it much like that, except for I didn't have a white background. But this is probably what you're talking about, Adam. And technically, I'm doing something similar to that with my charts. What I'm not doing is drawing this image. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Reaper defaults to making these things. I think this is built into Reaper. However, it's built into repo in tiny, tiny form. I do not know how to make Reaper, spectrogram display. That looked like it was following my mouse for a second, but it wasn't. Trying to figure out how that thing works. He would like it not to obscure the colorful image. He'd like it to do this thing so that it's still visible, whereas if you use the global thing, it's graying out part of the image as well. That is I can tell already that's what that guy wants to make happen. But yeah, so and there we are. Spectral peaks discussion, page 3. This is a little closer to what I was talking about. That didn't work. Evil Dragon has helped me out with the occasional thing. He's part of the Surge Synthesizer project. In fact, this guy is the reason that there are searchable tags for things in particular ways on the Airwindows website. He's the one who asked me to take all of the tags that are assigned to Airwindows plugins, like as seen in Surge, where you can, compressors and so on and so forth. It breaks down into that. And he was like, why don't you have that on the website? And I was like, because it would be many, many hours of work, because there's hundreds and hundreds of things. That said, sounds cool. I'll do it. And I did it for him. Do we have a nice, lovely image of... No, apparently not. Or no, yes, we do. So when you look at a spectrogram, and this is not a great example of it, but because this is a synth or something, what you start seeing is bands of harmonics if it's really tightly associated, but more than just that. If you have a kick drum, for instance, let's open this image up and expand it. If you have, for instance, a kick drum, it might show up something like this. It'll be a shape that starts with a pulse and then droops down if the frequency is dropping. If you have a snare drum, it's probably going to look like this. It'll look like a vertical bar. And one of the things that I discovered was that on hit records, the vertical bar of the snare drum was often cleaner and more free of weird artifacts. Like white noise is a very effective way of reinforcing a snare. There's a lot of stuff like that where you don't necessarily want a frequency to honk out in that way. The pictures that I used to have that looked like this, I had used it on classic hit records and observed signature shapes, signature appearances, which I can't show you now because I can't get access to that anymore, where you'd be able to see, literally see, like here is, for instance, the snare drum on Pink Floyd's The Wall, and it is a wonderfully clean vertical bar with the knob on the bottom. And the knob on the bottom is the resonant frequency of the snare. And that is a classic hit snare drum sonogram that shows up over and over again. For instance, you also see it on Michael Jackson records. And you'd have signature kick drums. The way the kick drum would be shaped would look a certain way. And although you didn't have the ability to measure stuff like zero crossing and slew rate is a factor of frequency. So what you would see is a very clean background. And as you started getting into stuff that was loudinated, right, like stuff where the loudness of the track was exaggerated way too much, the background starts to fill in around the information. Like this is some kind of synth, clearly. So you have these harmonics, and then the pitch of whatever note this is clearly drops down. You see it swooping down and going from, say, here to here. It went, and here's one where the pitch is swooping up. It looks a little sketchy. I'm not sure why it looks the way that it does. Probably there's a bunch of other stuff going on in this sound. But what you would see is, for stuff that is a clear and easily understood album mix, one that sounds the way I think they should sound, the information is drawn as clearly as possible against a stark black backdrop. Only the frequencies that are musically useful are showing up. And the louder people mix and the more like you wind up with like SSL mixes in the 80s and stuff, and 80s stuff does not do this quite as well. It starts looking all like this. There's always a lot of stuff going on. The metering things I've been working on do a better job of showing why it's still good when you have your 80s mix and it's really lively, but people really enjoy hearing it. Like the thing that is depicted here with the stark back backdrop and only such harmonics as are needed, that's more of like a late 60s, early 70s tone. Whereas late 70s, early 80s tone all kind of looks like this blur. There's a lot going on. It's always very messy and cloudy. You go beyond that and you start getting to where it's just a sea of white. There's no difference to anything. And that's one of the things that you can find from use of sonograms. And there might, I don't know whether there's going to be anybody with an actual... Okay, so that's not a sonogram at all. That's an ultrasound, which is not the same. I can look for music sonogram. You see, that is showing me some of the things I'm talking about. For instance, this is an example of bassy sounds with not that many harmonics, and you can kind of read it, but the more extraneous noise exists, the more this backdrop fills in, and you can no longer see detail in there. And that's bad. There's questions. I would say there were questions as to whether things are supposed to be flat across the frequency spectrum. What I would suggest is, also one interesting thing about this sonogram stuff is that you can use sonograms, feed them to a visual stable diffusion kind of thing, and then it will try to come up with stuff that follows those rules, and it will end up making kind of hybrid music. Here's another example of sonograms and stuff. We're talking like this all over the place, aren't we? We're just chattering away like mad about the sonograms. But this is what sonograms are, but this is strictly notes, and it's not trying to do percussion. There's one where you got a lower note and then probably a limited number of harmonics. You could render this very, very accurately if you just used an FM synth to make it. And yeah, audio analyzers are indeed quite interesting. Here's what it looks like if you have a modern mix. This one's balanced out fairly well. As in, if it is in fact really flat, it's going to lack bass. Unless it is compensated so extremely. Because remember, in span, you have the ability to tilt everything. I would ask you how much tilt you've got on the overall visualization. And I'll show you what that means. Because I have span too. So if we play this, you can see how that is very much not flat. This is how I consider it to sound good, but we have parameters that would deal with that, and here is one. I have slope set to 0. So that is not flat across the frequency spectrum until, for instance, I do something like this. You could say that was flat across the frequency spectrum, except for that it's not, because it's a slope of 6 dB per octave. We can turn the smoothing on. And there you are. So that's a 6 dB per octave split. But if I make it be 0, well, that doesn't look flat at all. Yeah, I don't know whether the default setting, I don't know what the default settings are. I feel like they might be 3 or something. So you'll see that one of the things I do have going on, if I smooth it out a whole bunch, interesting. Why are you CT? So you'll see similar things with this. There is a bump in the bass because I want there to be one. And then there's highs, but not super crazy highs because I don't like them. And it's not unless everything is supposed to sound very close up. And then there tends to be a bit of a dip where 1K is, because our ears are very sensitive to that. So I tend to go for a bit of a... I tend to have a bit of a mid-range dip, because if you don't know to do that, you wind up getting a really late 60s sounding thing. I should be able to demonstrate that too. For instance, I have continued to make new vinyl, capture new audio, and this is all part of the Evergreens concept. My hope is that I can do this as Evergreens posts. That said, what I can do here, since I don't feel like playing it, I don't have the content peak set up. I could though. So let's have a look without actually listening to the kinks. It'll play it from now and then. I'll get little bursts of it. So that is, oh, actually let me put span above content ID. So that is a old Kinks record. And as you can see, it is literally the opposite of bump where the kick is and so on. If I smooth, we can have this doing its thing. And it won't matter where I put the tilt. I'll show you. And then I can tilt it to the 6 dB, and you'll see that it's just the strongest emphasis is around here. If I put a super wide factor in there, there we get a huge emphasis right around 1.5K. You can hear little glimpses of it. And this is a really old sounding track. However, pretty sure that I wish my record was good enough that I could have captured us and them, because I wasn't able to do that. Or I could, but it skips and it's just a pile of crackle. Let's have a quick look at Great Gig in the Sky. I'll even set it to the middle here, or even select this part. This is Great Gig in the Sky doing much the same thing. It's not really highlighting the super lows the way that I had hoped, though. So maybe that's not the best choice for that one. A little bit too early. However, I've got stuff. Here's echoes. That is a sustaining bass note. Here, there it is right there. However, you'll see that it goes way down there. Mind you, it's not showing a 20 or 30 hertz tone quite as easily as all that, but I believe it will be able to demonstrate some things like that. If I could find the correct thing for being able to illustrate it. If I pick the right thing, I can shut off the content hide D. Let's see whether my isolator filter will do it. I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. It skipped a little bit. There it is. So here's our isolator. Ah, okay, this is set up as simply a cutoff. That's how it works. So, one nice thing about this is that you'll probably be able to hear it, although I should make Minecraft is playing music in the background too, but you'll be able to hear this over that easily. I should also be able to turn on Air 3 and it'll work as a boost. You hear anything in the background? Tell you what, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to log into this just to make it stop playing the music. Back to here. And Minecraft will insist on playing music around this, but you can actually, the lows are coming out. So this is purely vinyl record. All the higher frequency sounds are coming off of Minecraft, but the lower frequency sounds are coming off of the vinyl record. I so want to make that stop though. Let's... One of the things about the kick drums on this album is that the kick drums are incredibly deep. They're super filtered. They're super suppressed. Tell you what, now that I've got that going on, let's go to some other things. For instance, here's some more Pink Floyd. So you should be able to hear that. It's showing up on the meter. This is, of course, a in the flesh. And you can hear those frequencies. Let's see if I can adjust any of this. Oh no, I've already got that open, don't I? It's honestly not showing as ultra low. What if we do high res? The isolator filter is doing a pretty good job of manipulating that. I mean, the most obvious example is not this. I'm not sure why I didn't think of this before. Let's just go and look at that heartbeat. I've got Speak to Me, Breathe on the Run available. So check this out. So we are clipping my subwoofers with this. Now whether it's showing, it looks like it's trying to show itself as 100 Hertz, but I'm not hearing 100 Hertz. So I don't know if you believe what it's showing you, but that is bass coming off of vinyl record. And given that I can, let's not change that. Let's just grab this tiny little glimpse of it. We will not save this, because I'm going to crop it. And as it gets going, let's pick one that doesn't have scritchy. the frequency we're doing is kind of like this. Although we do have a sort of hangover effect. I'm just trying to find a place where it's playing the lowest of notes. Because this is also a frequency. This is a higher frequency. So if we can isolate that, and I probably can, we will, for instance, use my actual new plugin because that should give me a zero cross meter result. Let's see what that note is. The zero cross meter shows content from 20 hertz to 200 hertz. So our highest noise is kind of up here. The lowest frequency that we have coming off of this record is, in fact, just above 20 hertz off of a vinyl record. So that should conclusively answer your question. That is what the meter claims. In fact, what we could even do is, let's just do this whole area. It says zero cross does not care whether, oh wait, zero cross don't care about amplitudes. So let's uncrop that and go back and do the same thing. Should not matter what the amplitude is. The zero cross meter tells the story of, let's see, grooves on vinyl cannot reproduce bass well. Well, this meter shows 20 hertz as this frequency, and we are seeing a consistent bit of information coming off of there that is actually going down to below. So here's our meter representing what, and it seems to be like, oh, this actually sounds good because it is mirroring the frequency with the slew information. But this is a frequency plot of what's contained on these grooves. You'll see that a bunch of it is well below 20 hertz, and there is working functional audio content right down to 20 hertz. So there you go. That is demonstrated. I'm going to quit out of Twisted Wave and close this up, because this is all us diving into what sonograms are and what's going on with that. Speaking of diving into, I should dive into my wood stove and throw another log on. It's not going to be that cold today, but it's going to be hovering around 50 degrees all day long, so it's not actually going to warm up the way that it sometimes has lately. I'm moving a little bit more easily than I was before yesterday. That's cool. Pleased about that. I wonder if I had set it with the damper. I don't know, but I bet I could. Let's throw some more logs on this fire and then set it to the damper and ignore it for the moment. As soon as it catches. Before it catches. There we are. That needed doing. So yeah, the idea of spectrograms, and this all comes from somebody asking me about an hour ago. I know a guy who wants somebody to make a good spectrogram. Can you make a good spectrogram? I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like maybe it might be possible. And if so, I'm sure I could. If I could get this functionality to work, which doesn't seem impossible because there is, like, Juice comes with FFT calculations and stuff built in. There's like a whole DSP library that mostly will just do what people normally do. But this is what it ends up looking like when you do a spectrogram. And the ones with all the lines across them are musical notes with more or less harmonics. And the blurry bars in here, these are percussive hits. When you've got a note waving down like that with lots of lines on the top of it, those are harmonics. That is a rich waveform with a bunch of harmonics. And then the vertical bars, especially when they don't have finely spaced lines in them, that's very likely going to be a percussive hit. And yeah, it's an interesting topic. Obviously, it's an interesting topic. I've chatted about it to the point where I probably should stop chattering about it and fire up the old Minecraft and start doing something that is not deep dives onto all of this. But yeah, I have said before that half of the fun of doing these things is going off on rabbit trails after who knows what. And I feel that counts very well. Look, it are dark. Time to sleep. Yeah. I mean, honestly, my brain needs that kind of stuff as well. I can't simply grind away at work continuously. I always have to stop and go and do something else. This area looks very dark. This hole, I clearly am no longer doing anything there. I think I emptied it out and moved all of the stuff up into the giant spaceship up there, because that's what that's meant to be. Let's see whether I can use the nether to travel sort of back to base and think of something amusing to do. Think of something distracting to do. Because, yeah, right at the moment, some of the Airwindows work is going in interesting directions. Oh, hi, you are harmless and not going to be a threat to me. Good. So a little nervous about that guy. Huh. Did we have a gas firing at things around here that I didn't notice? So I feel like having all this stuff near here on fire might not be good. Anywho. Base cows, yay. So I'm wondering whether maybe I can put some of the stuff I'm carrying around away. Doubtless I can. Although not in chests that are that full of stuff, I'll tell you. I sure do have a lot of lights and things kicking around. I have a random bow. Yeah, it's been a while since we were here. The whole point of today is that I have been pushing far too hard on all of the coding stuff. And it's all very well getting results out of things. It's all very well being able to successfully... Ooh, maybe I should go and make that be a spaceship. Does that seem like it might be fun? Maybe that would be fun. One thing about it, I'll have to either climb up to it or fly up to it. Fly up to it is, in fact, a possibility because this is Snowball Minecraft. I'm not quite sure why this is white. I guess what must have happened, this was an experiment that I did. And the experiment was, can you make a... here, let's also... be able to go inside it. The experiment was, can I make a black glass sphere? And the answer to that is actually no, I can't. Because the code that I'm using for this stuff, you can make just regular glass spheres, and I did for the giant, huge, super huge one. But when I tried to make it be black glass, it just gave me white glass instead. I don't know why, but it did. And so if I was to fool with this or do something amusing with it, for instance, make a spaceship, I can make a wooden spaceship, but I could also do something like here we've got all these sea lanterns, so clearly one of the things that I could do is fly out of here. And then go and get some kind of material that I might like. And let's go and make this a little spherical spaceship that flies around. And maybe I'll use steel block, or iron block technically. That might be amusing. And we'll build windows into it, and that could be a fun thing. See, if I keep all the blocks in exactly the same place, I will end up with also a sphere. Although it's not to say that it has to be a sphere. So one of the things I wanted to do with the huge giant one was have a really cool looking, astronomically huge Death Star looking thing. And there are ways I can do that. For instance, if I was to use obsidian or coal or something like that, I could make a jet black sphere, which was very cool looking. I could grab that as just a available color to use. I'm going to hang on to these sea lanterns because those are useful for light purposes. But I'm wondering whether I have iron block around, because I feel like quartz is also a useful color, although I feel like maybe I want to stick with black. And of course you can use stone bricks for a castle style thing. That's not really what I have in mind though. There we go. There's iron blocks. And in fact I can even get myself way more iron blocks by just duplicating some of these, this being Snowball Minecraft. So all I got to do is grind these guys, and they'll be holding what I have, and I'm sure that'll be enough. because it being Snowball Minecraft, it doesn't operate under the usual rules. So now I have all of the iron blocks I could possibly want. And many other things besides. Let's put some of this stuff away. And again, the whole thing from months ago, when I was trying to get the chain helmet, was to be able to make impossibly large spheres using the Snowball Minecraft mechanics. Ooh, I've also got black glass, and that could come in handy for the windows of the thing. See, one of the amusing things about... Oh, maybe I can put away some of this other stuff while I'm at it. Don't really need to, though. I could decorate it with black carpet, if I have any. And that will make the sound of walking be different inside the spaceship, and that'll be cool too. I don't know if I've got any of that though. I know a place where I might be able to find some. Oh, there is a quick horse. That's the coal block. All well and good. We've got dye. We've got concrete. Concrete is an even better black color than the coal block. We've got concrete powder, which will probably fall, and then we've got terracotta. I don't see wool there, though. That said, might be able to work around that. Yeah, so let's see whether we can... You know, that is an interesting... Here's something that I've recently done. See this collection? See where I've got Allman Brothers in here? See where we've got Spectral Blues, Ain't Wasting Time No More, Whipping Post, Mountain Jam. Who's familiar with Allman Brothers? I'm looking forward to doing a Evergreens about this band. This is classic sort of southern blues rock band, but they weren't just that, because they also were listening to a bunch of crazy far out jazz, and they listened to early Pink Floyd. Like, they all attended the Pink Floyd's Ummagumma tour as that went around, and their minds were blown. And they basically decided they wanted to be southern rock band, but also go way beyond that, but still keep an anchor in their blues rock thing. So you ended up with them playing stuff like Statesboro Blues. You ended up with them composing like Ain't Wasting Time No More. A lot of stuff. But live, you've got Whipping Post. Live, you've got Mountain Jam. Whipping Post is a full side. Mountain Jam is 2 full sides. Like here we got this. And then we got this. So you've got this song. I'm going to start playing it. and they're jamming it, right? They're playing a lot. And it's basically a jam exploration, kind of like, you know, Grateful Dead, The Fish, whatever, where they would just go out and it would be soloing, and it would go and go and go. You'd have quiet parts. You'd be getting louder. Bits like this. And it would be arranged. And they'd have all this prearranged stuff, but they would go on and stretch out the song for, like you can see, this is 23 minutes. And they'd be doing sort of space sections at the end of it, like this. Hear that noise? That is the end of Whipping Post off of the Live at the Fillmore 1971. It ends like this. And then the side is over. But the album Eat a Peach, sound familiar? This one's 33 minutes long. It's Mountain Jam. It is the continuation of Whipping Post from the previous one. So if you were at this live concert, they took Whipping Post and extended into First There Is a Mountain by Donovan, and jammed on the back of that, and the total amount is 1 solid hour. A focused listener could engage with this if they were there. If you were at this concert, it would be a unbelievable experience. Going kind of like you're watching them do the song, and then they're jamming. It's like a jazz-like experience. You're following what they do. And the dynamics are going up and down. The tempo is changing. They're putting all these changes in. And this would be the ending of it. It's going into different keys, it's going into different chords. You can sort of, in the background, you can kind of hear what they're doing. They get into almost a Grateful Dead zone where they're starting to play funny notes over things. There's a timpani in there. One of the drummers has a timpani. And a lot of this stuff they're making up on the fly. They just start playing guitar notes and everybody follows what they're hearing. And off they go into First There Was a Mountain. And this is a free jam. This is basically just the initial riff, and then they're taking the tonal center and the mode that they're in. And it's a very Grateful Dead-y sound. because they're just taking one melodic statement, the melody from First There Is a Mountain, and running with it. And again, half an hour continuing onward from this point. You can hear they're playing the melody. Now a minor thing is starting to show up, and they're turning up the instruments. The tone is changing. Since it's a Guitar Hero era, everybody always wants to see a guitar guy like. But the notes that he plays are also very important. In the background, you can hear Greg Allman playing minors. Greg Allman, keyboard solo. You got this. You also hear the bass starting to do riffs. They're falling into a different section. So in doing these different things, they're keeping the listener attention. And it goes into a double or triple drum solo, because there's two drummers there, plus there's also a guy in congas. It's quite a long drum solo. Basically, the other musicians are going off and smoking joints at this point. The bass player comes in first. He's making up chord things to do, and it is changing the tempo of the drums slightly. The drums are playing different things because they're hearing what the bass is doing, and they're bringing the initial theme back in. Gone into a different section. Got a slide coming in. They're back into their Allman Brothers thing. It's very majory, a lot of this stuff. It's nice sounding. However, as majory as it sounds, notice what they do. When they hang on that chord, you start getting a lot of different stuff going on. And they've used it as effectively a key change. And then back to their basic chords for the big, giant, climactic blow-off. And that's Dwayne Allman. Actually, it's probably Greg with the first thank you. And that would count as being able to hold your attention as a focused listener for 56 minutes. I guarantee you nobody present for that was tuning out. I guarantee everybody there was fully engaged with the musical content being produced. This is a live concert in a crowd setting. You know, it's as if you could also ask, like, if somebody went to a live EDM dance concert, are they only able to dance for a couple of minutes, at which point they lose interest and wander off? No, typically it holds your attention. So it's a matter of, oh, hi, we've got a visitor. we're going to be nice to those visitors because they can beat us up. So the thing that I was doing here was searching for if I had any wool, and maybe I've got it kicking around elsewhere. Because I got derailed into music and audio. Oop, look at that. I've got an white wool. If I have an white wool, I can have any amount of it, because this is Snowball Minecraft. So I guess maybe it's time to just go about doing that then. Firstly, I'll check to see if I have more somewhere. Not impossible. No. Well, that's just empty. Fascinating how you start doing something, you get derailed into doing something else, and you end up, I don't know, not realizing that you got derailed or something. I wonder if I can grind some of these things by launching these guys into the water. So, wet wool. It was coming to get me. It may not be the most efficient way of doing that, but it's all fine. Yeah, the way work has been going recently, I've been getting a lot done. So we're going to spawn other guys to my sides that are going to come and attack me, and that's maybe not great. Whatever. So be it. There's a more effective way of doubling my fun. Pathing. Path following for zombies. In particular, one of the things that I was fretting about a little bit, although not too much, this morning I was contemplating the idea. Oh, and see, here we've got our full stack of wool. See, the idea of the wool was not to just make infinite amounts of wool, but to also be able to make black carpet for putting on the floor of the spaceship thing, which would be up there. When I make that and change its color from clear glass into a sort of mini Death Star. And it's all fairly arbitrary, but the Airwindows related thing that I was kind of stuck on had to do, let's see. I'm kind of trying to listen to nearby noises. And there, now we have lots of ink sacks. So we'll put the first ones back. Can't dye iron blocks. But we can sure dye these things. Or can we? How do you do that, I wonder? bet we need to turn that into something. You can't make it into a block of anything. Huh. I am basically forgetting how I do some of these things. Oh, and I had plenty of extra. That's all well and good. So I know there's got to be a way to do this. What if I do it like this? That would be how. Okay. That was simpler than I expected. There. So I feel like one of the things I want to do is put away some of this stuff and like reorganize just enough that I can figure out what I'm doing. Because yeah, I was beginning to talk about, this is more on the subject of attention wandering, I guess. I was beginning to talk about what I had been doing code-wise, what I had been doing Airwindows development-wise. Those are cool. Don't think we need fence posts or birch wood or torches. Or a potato, or birch saplings, or bone meal, or an apple, or the rose bushes. I don't know though, I might be able to plant the rose bushes somewhere. Yeah, recent coding work has had a lot to do with Airwindowsized stuff that is... Oh, look at it starting to get dark. I should dupe a bed and paint it black. Let's do that. What is noise of Zomber? Sir, your input is unhelpful at the moment. So I should go out there again and see to it that I have the... Now where did I even... Oh, there we go. Shouldn't need much to do this. Look at that horse. That horse is amazing. So maybe this is the point where I can fly up to this spaceship and then begin building it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to use iron blocks, of which we have lots, and kind of try to put floors in. Without falling through them. And then I guess kind of go layer by layer, right? because we're going to want to replace all of these. And that should be a nice doable thing, and also a nice way of just sort of derping along, clicking away at things in a low pressure thing while I try to finish the sentence of what I've been doing lately code-wise. For anybody who's actually listening to this, which there may be some, or there could be some in future. Because it becomes a video that goes up on my channel, you see, so that means it's possible for people to be listening to this in future. Oops, got a little more. Oops. And there we are, except for it don't match, does it? So maybe we redesign it a little bit to make it, I don't know, symmetrical? I don't have to, but maybe I'd like to. We can use this as a suggestion. And yeah, the idea is going to be making levels and stairs, and it'll be like 3 or 4 floors of this, with the exterior still being a, in fact, there might be a better way that I can go about doing that. I wonder whether maybe working from the outside would work. You know, I'll tell you one thing though. You can plunk down the bed and perhaps a handy light. That way nothing will attack me, even if I wander off for too long. And I'm going to maybe put on some kind of audio, and I'm going to go off and make another cup of my coffee. And it's not espresso today, but it's 10:30. I ought to be able to handle another cup of regular coffee. So what we're going to do while that sits there is play stuff from this older live performance of mine. And I'll tell you, I'll be back. takes me longer to make pour-over coffee. That said, middle of the stream day, not too worried about that part. There's always a bit of a spike in the beginning, and then there's a bit of a spike at the end of my day. Once I come back, I'll talk a little bit about what was going on that caused this music to happen. Because this could definitely come back into some kind of focus one day. Yeah, so an interesting thing about this music is that it's in certain ways like all of that Allman Brothers stuff. In that this is improvised on the fly, like it's a jam. But there's an interesting difference to that. The difference is it's a jam with a modular synthesizer, which is using its own methods of improvising chord progressions and bass lines. So the way it's coming up with those chords, and it's playing them quite loudly, but what's happening is it's generating the chords based on a thing called a Turing machine, which you can get in VCV Rack, by the way. You can do these things on the computer. And it's more or less set up like a kind of groove box where it's playing a particular kind of jam. It will have different drum patterns. Those can also be somewhat randomized. But the chords are being generated using like my circle of fifths based chord stuff, where if it's along a horizontal line on this particular chart, it's within the same key. But adjacent keys are a fifth away rather than one note away, because you change the key by a fifth, like from C to F, and only one note changes in the scale that you use, but it is a significant note to be changing. And what you were hearing on the track, which I will now quit out of there, was the end result of, excuse me, what you were hearing on the track was me improvising on guitar and attempting to follow that one particular chord thing, and I had the randomization turned up quite a bit, like it really was wandering around quite a lot. The chord or the bass would start going to funny things. Don't mind me just wondering to myself, whether I can sort out what this is. Actually, no, that was in fact correct. But it would like that block to be there, and then these two. There. Now we got a ground floor we can believe in. There's going to be these little irregularities here, and that's fine. I wonder how many of them I can straighten out at the big empty glass sphere stage. One of my challenges at the moment is being able to keep some of these creative things flowing. And come up with a useful sequence for them. For example, I've been working on Kalman filter-based things, and that needs doing. In fact, I'm probably also going to be using the same technology for a console version to come out. A console version to come out fairly soon. But should it come out sooner than the work that I'm doing with those stacked biquad filters with the non-lin factor? Because here's the thing. I started working on the non-lin factor for biquad filters and decided I wanted to stack them up. Like right now, on the development laptop, the one that's antique, I've got a non-lin bandpass filter and a low-pass filter that are using a arrangement of, while I'm talking, let me start doing some of these. So the idea can be to come up with this new filter design, but then how does that relate to, for instance, upcoming versions of console? Because it looks a little bit to me like I have access to a couple of different streams that could become new versions of console. In particular, it looks very much like I'm going to be going for a version of console that's going to act like SSLs, at least to some extent, because I'm really happy with how these sweepable filters are acting. And that's all well and good, but remember I also wanted to do Console X. And Console X was to be an idea. What am I looking at? Oh, that's what I'm looking at. Console X was to be an idea that didn't work like existing normal stuff. And I'm generally pretty happy with that. I'm generally pretty happy with trying to design things that don't work like everybody else's stuff. That's usually what I'm going to want as far as like meeking is concerned. Oh, hi. That needs fixing. So in a sense, I don't want to lead with Console X and then simply follow it right away with Console SL. And we've got all these other ones that I could be doing that I haven't actually begun yet. I did a Console MC. I'm working on ways of analogifying that a little bit as well. Console SL is the one where it's going, like some of it, if I was to do it as, this is all the stuff that's on my mind. This is all the stuff that's on my mind that I have to sort out because nobody else can sort it out for me. There are many questions. Some of my questions are, how is this arranged and what's that going to be like? So let's see, first of all, 2 across, 2 across, you can stand on the one in the end. So now these all match or something, unless they don't. This one doesn't. However, I like how that edge is acting. So We're now going to go around and finish out this arrangement with more iron blocks. I am also carrying around a bunch of coal blocks just for darker coloring, which I may or may not be putting into use right away. Anywho, I'm now looking at console SL and console X as sort of on the boil and next things to begin doing. All this while I'm still trying to do my usual things and doing things like, I don't know, going on Gearspace and finding out that people are talking real mean about me in the Reaper forums, which is a bit sad because it's like I'd really like the Reaper people to be all excited about my work. I'm excited about Reaper, but that's just maybe, you know. This is why sometimes I'm just placing blocks and figuring out what it feels like doing in this toy world of nothing matters. Because I often feel like a lot of the things that I'm trying to do matter a whole bunch. But it gets exhausting when you try to, get all of that to work while facing things like people who are like, oh, he's a giant charlatan, the guy's useless. When there are people who are doing things I don't care for, that shouldn't matter as much. And yet it's still challenging. It's still one of those things where, that's a downer. You don't want to deal with that. Who wants to deal with knowing there are people there who are deeply contemptuous of what you're trying to do with your life? Nobody wants that, and yet that is just also part of a reality. That's part of how things can be. So, being in that sort of making zone where it's like, my job is to try to make this thing that I have envisioned. I want thus and so. Let's see if that's possible. Let's try to build it, make it, see if it can exist. Sometimes you want something to exist. And it doesn't necessarily mean a spherical Minecraft spaceship floating in the air. That's just what we're doing today. Sometimes you have grander things in mind, and you still gotta do whatever you must do to make that thing happen, which can mean the sort of mental maintenance of keeping your head straight, getting enough rest, getting enough sleep, all of that. So you can continue to function. I'm reminded of reading like Reddit, where you go onto like game developer Reddit, and you find this infinite number of programmers that are so mad at what they'll call the idea guy. And the idea guy is like, he comes and he says, oh, I have a great idea. This should be easy. You should do this. And then he has this clear notion of what he expects you to do. I wonder if I can even place this block. Maybe I can't. I wonder. This is the hole that you fall out of. Or we can just extend the square. That's not what this is supposed to be, but boy, is it sure the only block I can place. Oh, I could have placed a block there, but we're not going to, are we? We're going to place that, and we're going to make everything match. There's something kind of delightfully unimportant about this particular style of thing. You know, a thing that you can do that is just like, I'm literally playing with blocks. That's all this is, or ever is going to be. I suppose for some people it's not, because they are literal YouTube gamers or whatever. So like their playing with blocks does become the thing that actually matters in their world. For me, not so much. For me, this is very much playing with blocks and just kind of unwinding. Hopefully it's supposed to be that anyhow. In practice, that's pretty much how that ends up. But yeah, one of the things that I was mentioning, or repeatedly mentioning, it's a shame when it's this kind of stream doing this, because you feel like a bit of a fool. You can't be coherent about stuff that deeply is not important. Better to be coding something and making cool sounds happen while you are stammering and not able to focus. But the I do have block glass. Interesting. The challenge of coming up with new things also involves figuring out which thing to do first, or where to take stuff. And that can be a really elaborate question sometimes. Like, as an example, I make people real mad with my videos. And one reason I make people real mad with my videos is because they're like, oh my God, I can't stand it. They're so long and they're not leading anywhere, and what am I supposed to do with this? And part of the reason I'm doing it that way is because I have feelings about the intensity with which you can make stuff up, and to what extent do you need to keep people constantly on the boil and engaged? Like, is it permissible? It's like in cooking, there is a movement called slow food. And it wasn't like, eating sloths and snails and stuff, so much as it was, do we need to focus on, cooking that is not so flashy, that is just sort of, traditionalist maybe is one way of thinking about it. is that necessary? Don't mind me kind of looking around. Maybe this will end up becoming a flying saucer. Because as I expand it outwards, and I love how I've got another little spaceship way the heck up there. It's a flying mushroom. Almost like Gong's flying teapot. Like, I do a lot of things on purpose. This very conversation I'm talking about, where people got real mad at me and were deeply contemptuous and angry because I was doing everything wrong. One example used for that, I wonder if I can continue this like this. I'm going to have to go and make some more blocks pretty soon, but for now, I think I might even have a technique for handling this. And yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay. People were complaining, or one person was complaining. Look at me saying people when it wasn't actually people. It was one person, and I don't have to become upset about the negative feelings of one person, but I'm the kind of person where, yeah, that could be a thing. One person was complaining about a choice that I had made having to do with my suppression of denormalization. Like, denormalization is a thing that you can do in a plugin if the values are so small that it's going to make the processor freak out. Any IIR filter, IIR means infinite impulse response, any IIR filter can generate values. In fact, it can quite quickly start generating values that are denormalized. They are floating point values, but they've become so tiny that you can't effectively really use them. Speaking of things to use, I wonder if I can use... What would it look like if I used this? Okay, I'm guardedly pleased with that. The Minecraft sun is setting. That said, maybe I would like the rest of that to be a different color or a matching color. So the person essentially saying, this guy's a charlatan, he sucks, he's terrible, I wish he wasn't, I didn't exist, I wish he wasn't doing these things, he's fooling people and it's bad. The person carrying on like that was in part complaining about a factor of my code. Because one thing people were doing in defense of me, they were pointing out, guys, this is actually, you can get a hold of this code. It's open source. This is not mysterious. It's not like people go on about, snake oil salesmen, and a intrinsic part of that is maintaining secrecy so you can't falsify any claims. And that's not how I roll, and never has been. So the code that the guy was complaining about was denormalization code, where it's checking to see if the value is smaller than, something to the 23rd decimal point but then it will replace it with a random number, which is being generated from a simple random generator, a thread-safe random generator, which is not going to get stuck kind of repeatedly processing and lock up a thread, which is one of the reasons I did that. Even if you don't like the random generator that I did it so that I didn't have to call rand on Linux, because call rand on Linux and it's not thread safe. Learned that from Linux users who were trying to use my plugins and running into a problem. Well, the reason that that particular thing checked for one value and then went and used another value was that don't mind me, I'm just kind of quietly pondering the use of these blocks, because I could make it be a much rounder round sphere by repeatedly using half slabs for all this stuff, but that's another story, so let's not worry about that right now. The way I arrived at this denormalization code, tell you one other thing I'm going to do, which is generate more blocks of iron in the Snowball Madness way. If I was a higher level, this would become increasingly unmanageable, but I'm not, so it isn't. There you are. Some more stacks. It would be nice if I could make half slabs of iron, but I can't. I feel I'm also going to pick these up for now. That's the sad thing about this. If I was making all of this out of stone brick, for instance, well, it wouldn't look very sci-fi at all. But on the other hand, I'd be able to do all the half slabs, all of the stairs, just everything. But that's not what I'm using, so it's all well and good. The denormalization thing that I was using had been produced. I wonder what that. That's probably just. Off in the distance, looks a bit like a diamond portal that you'd fly through. Do not know what some of these things are, but that's fine. I am not the only. Oh, somebody's been taking the diamond blocks out of that. I'm not the only person, quote unquote, playing on this server, but by now I kind of am, because I simply don't do it often enough that people would want to show up and be like, hey, I'm playing on the server at the same time as Chris and we're live streaming, yay. That's not really happening, because I'm simply not doing it often enough. But the denormalization thing that I have been sort of slowly trying to explain, the way I arrived at that number that was making people mad was by playing audio in a fade. And I played audio in a fade down to silence. And then I applied this denormalization thing. Like, I made it work. I made it do its thing. And having done that, I used many copies of bit shift gain to turn the silence of that back up to where it could be heard. And I tried the thing that the logical, smart, intelligent programmer insisted that I should want to do. I tried that thing. The thing that guy thought necessary was to measure whether the sound was quieter than digital black, quieter than silence. Oh, that ain't supposed to be there, but that is. And then if it was, replace that with the random value at the volume that was being replaced. So you would do measure to see if the sound is below this threshold. Denormalization is a way of measuring whether a value is so tiny that it's going to stress out the computer to try to calculate it, is essentially the answer to that. Denormalization means this value is so tiny that the computer's processor has to go into sort of overdrive to work out what the end result really is. It's more sort of an old school thing, like back in the day, computers had a hard time doing this. Not as much of a concern, but it can still cause you problems. Like as you are running digital audio, especially with, again, IIR filters, which is infinite impulse response filters, that is like a sort of basic smoothing or darkening filter. And because the filter is keeping a value and sort of approaching towards that value with the new input information coming in, if the input information is just silence, the information is all zero. So with an infinite impulse response filter, if you've got a number, and that's the output of your filter, say the filter's going to be bassy, it's going to lose high frequencies, meaning that it's following the input result, but it's following it gradually. And it's following it like, say, the output is half of what it was before and half of the new input coming in. That will make it follow the input coming in, but not immediately. I've got that in my plugins channel is one place where you can find that. Also, the plugins Drive and Density have that kind of simple following style behavior. Well, if you start just feeding zeros, the value that you're working with is going to get smaller because 0 is smaller than, say, if it's a positive number, but it's not going to instantly become 0. Instead, it's going to approach the value gradually. And as such, and don't mind me because I'm just kind of pondering ways in which this can be made into an internal space, but I think the first thing is to make the shell. So we're kind of patiently doing that, and we'll eventually go across and do the top and make the top match what we've got under here. So if you take, like, I don't know, 1, and you're using an infinite impulse response filter to make it go closer to 0, well, then your next number is going to be 1/2. And then your next number is going to be 1/4. And then it's going to be 1/8. And then it's going to be 1/16. But it's never actually going to get to 0. Even if you took it out to infinity, there would always be some slight difference between that and 0 mathematically. Because you're never replacing it with the input. You're only going closer to the input. So processors are able and willing to calculate stuff like that. And they will, in fact, make an attempt to do a real accurate calculation on what the real value is. Trouble being, in processors that are, hang on, let me combine these two things. Here I am just moving some stuff around as I see fit. The reason I ended up talking about denormalization there is because of the thing that happened to me with the people being real sassy with me about my terrible ideas and what I had done that was so clearly wrong. And what I had done was set it up so I could hear what would happen as a result of this calculation. And when I did the calculation and was actually able to hear what would happen, I heard that when you take the value needed, and here I am speculating also whether I should be changing these. I'll get to that later. What basically happened, boy, I'm really wondering whether I can, you know what, not going to worry about that part right now. I did this calculation, and then I used the gain shifter that I mentioned, which I can't say on stream because I think I'm saying a dirty word, to hear what it did. And when I did what the fellow on the Reaper forum said was necessary, in other words, I did the correct thing. As the musical audio went to silence and faded out through silence, it did a nasty sputtery thing that was most unpleasant. And that is because, that's, oh, hi. That's better. See if it works for all of them. Looking good. So the thing that, hang on. I think I have made a slight mistake. It's not a big mistake, but it is a slight mistake. But we can fix it like this. Give me this one back. There we go. The sputtery noise was happening because the sound going down to silence from audible range being replaced with noise from the denormalization calculation. It wasn't replacing in such a way like the level of the noise was actually quieter than the level of the music that was fading into silence. Like there was no continuity between them. If I used the value that was more obvious to attempt to use, what would happen is sputters and crackles. And so I experimented with just turning the dumb thing up again until it was at a volume level sufficient to not make that crackling noise. That was the idea, and that was the result, was change it until the sound worked better. And apparently in some places, sound worked better is not a good enough excuse. But for me, I am inclined to believe that it is. So I gotta do my coding stuff and figure out all of these things, while also keeping my spirits up when the efforts that I make don't always get along with everybody. Like, it doesn't always work for people. And I need to be okay with that, because I don't really get to choose. The thing that I get to choose is whether or not I'm going to try to do the thing that I'm making. Here I'm exploring the look of this. I'm going to have to go outside and around this at some point so that I can see what happens. I don't want it to be a square. I'm just trying to figure out what I need to do in order to have it be roughly the right thing. Also, hang on a second. I have a Silk Touch pickaxe. Thank you. And thank you. The presence of a Silk Touch pickaxe means I can start accumulating white stained glass and fill in some of these spots. How many of them? I don't know yet. We'll see. I see a place that could prove to be yeah, there we go. So if this was a sort of big bay window looking, can we, sir, here we go. And again, how frustrating. Go figure. So anyway, that's why I don't necessarily get to do all of the stuff that I would like to as fast as I might like to do it. Sometimes it poses a problem. And the reason it poses a problem is because my wishes don't always coincide with, let's see, no. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I see where these shapes are going, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is me just continuing to sort of mull over this while I'm talking about that. That might seem awkward, but that's actually what I wanted to happen. Have this sort of diagonal wall here. And this does have a profound effect on things like my console designs going forward. Because, see, like I'm saying, and don't mind me, I'm going to fool with a little more of these. Let's see, where does that need to be? So this goes up to this edge. That top corner probably doesn't exist. Let's find out. Oh, no, it did, but I don't want it to, so we're going to do this. I'm going to be wanting to replace these windows, unless maybe I don't want to replace them quite like that. But they are going to be big sort of square windows on the sides. That should be seemingly appropriate. That means the windows poke out a little bit more on the corners, but that means they can be flat. So there's that. Anyways, talking about upcoming console versions, you've seen that I've put out a bunch of stuff related to Kalman filters. The Kalman filter thing is very exciting to me. That's going in a place I have a good feeling about it. I feel like that's going to be very interesting. I'm also doing this work on the analogized filters. You know, like the, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So those corners would be blank if they match. And then this bit actually gets filled in. This is too high, so we don't want that. But we have now fixed. Oh, looks like I will need to, yep, 3 high by 4 across. Seems legit. 1, 2, no, that's just 2. And so now all of these windows match. From that to that. I do want it to be kind of 4-way symmetrical. It's like engaging my thought at the moment while I mull over this other stuff. And me talking about this is part of my process for just kind of getting it to all work. That's really the hope anyway, is being able to get through some of these challenges. Like, for instance, doing a simple thing that doesn't matter very much, like that. Then like that. Like the comparable problems I'm facing with the console designs and that stuff, there's a number of them. There really are a number of problems there. One of them is that I could run to immediately making a SSL style, and I don't know if that's necessarily such a bad idea. It could be a darn fine thing to do. However, I'm also very interested in the ideas that the Kalman filters are taking me of having a distinctly different style of processing. And if I just make an SSL version of console immediately, or if I do console X, which has this additional stuff going on, and then I follow that with the SSL, it will seem as if the SSL is the new hotness, is the replacement for any previous things that I've done, and therefore the interesting one to be paying attention to. And I'd really like to be able to do it where like I can push with some of this stuff and then go on to do new things that haven't been done before and have that be the exciting new hotness. Because you got to think in terms of marketing, production. Oh, hang on. It does actually matter. Did that fall? Am I about to fall? Like the sequence of operations really kind of matters. The order in which you do stuff or release stuff has quite the effect. And so that has me pondering which thing to do. You know, it's like, do I continue pursuing my console X explorations? I've got a version of it that I could start exploring. It has the, must have been at least a month ago that I was doing the nonlinearity stuff, the nonlinearity of air, where I should be able to represent accurately the sound of stuff being really loud. And there's musical use for that kind of calculation. Like sometimes that's a very appropriate kind of thing to be doing, is accurately reproducing musical sounds that happen to be real loud. But if all of a sudden I'm like, oh hey, free open source SSL, but Airwindows style SSL, that might be so exciting for people that they would completely lose track of what I was trying to do. So obviously that has me wondering whether the thing that I should be trying to do is, oh, I've forgotten to remove some of these blocks with my little pickaxe. But that's not a concern, I can do that. And it may end up with me trying to put out the SSL version first, just because I'm kind of on with that. I'm not really that worried about doing it in a series that people consider to be the sequence of like goodness. That's not really an interesting question to me. Like whether they think, oh, this is the best of those things, and therefore you're working up to the end, which will be the best console. Not really worried about that part. But I am worried about doing that and then having it overshadow stuff that I feel is, I don't know, just more significant to what I'm trying to make happen. Enigma, that's pretty much what I'm suggesting. I think it may very well be that I should be finishing up and doing Console SL first. Not only that, I don't know whether I'm going to need to do it in a, there's a number of things I'm thinking about. I can even show you some of those. So you know how I have my little music thing modular fader bank. This is a kit that you can make. And I've been designing stuff around having like X many sliders. It even lights up faintly. You can't see it very well though. See how there's a little light that blinks? And I'm very interested in that. I won't even be able to fit all of a SSL EQ into this, but there's something where I can. Check this out. I ran across this when looking into MIDI controllers. So there's a lot of stuff coming up, you know, there's a lot of stuff around. And you can get MIDI controllers like the Music Thing modular. It's got a little set of faders and things. And there's an Akai, which is something like, oh boy, 16 tiny little knobs in a box that's barely larger than this one. But in people talking about all of that kind of stuff, I ran across somebody going, "Oh, dude, Yaletex, you'll never go back. It's perfect." This is a company that makes hardware MIDI boxes to order. This is kind of their interface. I did a little screenshot of it. And you can line stuff up in such a way where you position all of these things on a grid. They come in banks of 4. This is a smallish controller. It's not huge. Like this is the size of your typical joystick control, right? And this is a fairly normal fader size. It's not a huge fader size, but it's fairly normal. And you can do these little banks as long as they are banks of 4. So you can spec out them making one of these things, and the base price for the tiniest box is like $200. It's twice as much as a built Akai 16 knob thing. But with this one, you can put in all kinds of crazy stuff. It'll all just send straight up MIDI data, so it's the same as my Music Thing modular. But you can have all of the controls for any number of things. And I'm using Reaper, and so I'm able to send any MIDI control to any given plugin on a channel, the selected channel. So the question becomes, do I need to make a MIDI control box that does stuff like has faders and controls? This is a bank of 4 things as well, but they let you pick a larger knob and they probably charge you for it. and you design something like this, you can see that these are sort of triangular shaped. That is similar to how SSL arranges their stuff. It's just that you can't make it perfectly duplicate because everything has to be based on a grid layout, and everything has to be positioned along the grid, typically in banks of 4, filling up like this amount of space. Also, this pair of faders is one object. You don't get a single fader. You only get a pair of faders. And this is the smaller of the controls. So essentially, that has me thinking up a storm about how some of this stuff is to be implemented, because it's all about what I want to do with making new versions of console and how they should work. And it's a fairly big question. After all, don't mind me, I am thinking of things. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm having Minecraft thoughts now. Gotta love those Minecraft thoughts. Hang on, that wasn't the Minecraft thought. It was another Minecraft thought I had in mind. One that is arguably a little bit simpler. There my iron blocks go falling away from me again. Hey, Blue Baggins. Yeah, all that's cooking is I have to decompress from probably the last solid month of really intense work, which has gone to some really challenging places. And in order to do that, I'm sort of just derping around in Minecraft figuring out what to do. So the Minecraft things I'm doing are not in themselves important. But I'm looking to get some of my thoughts together around non-Minecraft things, such as how to design upcoming console versions. Because what I'm working on is meaning I can be looking at doing a SSL style console version, but I can also be looking at doing, what am I looking at there too? This is, haha, figured it out. Because I still have console X in mind. And I would like to not overshadow Console X completely by putting it out and then following it up with a SSL style. Oh yeah, no, it's been a lot going on. Oh, you're making it so difficult for me to fight the monster that I can't actually get to it? Huh. Let's do that another way now. And now I'm sure I have all of the black glass I need. So the SSL ideas, oh, it looks like I'm going to need to make more iron block too, are not necessarily like quote unquote SSL in the formal sense, so much as it is about doing the style of mixing that's approachable for people who have a lot of familiarity with that kind of stuff. And my experiments with the most recent filter plugin I'm working on, and those who have been following this have seen it. I was calling it, and you might not actually get it as a standalone plugin because it might end up being made into a couple of chunks of SSL style coming out. I have not, and I've been having a hell of a time finding any example of anybody using it in real life on YouTube even. They cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not the most approachable thing. So finding one in real life is not trivial. They eat a massive quantity of energy, and it's just quite the tricky scenario, honestly. So I've been having a lot of trouble there because I can't find one in real life. If I did, it would cost me what am I doing? It would cost me the earth to rent time at a studio that had one. That said, I'm also busily doing my evergreen study. Solid state logic does in fact have no tubes, but that's partly just the name of it. I mean, Neves were the first we have no tubes console. So it's not like that was a new thing. It just happened to be the name that they used. There were plenty of other big consoles that did not have tubes. It was the default. By the point that SSL became a thing, everybody was not using tubes. I've been experimenting with how it feels to sweep around these filters that are made in this style. And when I say this style, the idea is that it is SSL style, yes, because it's a particular kind of, what I'm defining as an SSL style simply means you've got two sweepable mid-ranges. Both of the mid-ranges have Q. Both of the mid-ranges have resonant parameters. That said, the thing that's a breakthrough regarding my plugins is that I'm doing this stacked arrangement. I believe that the real ones are called something like constant width or whatever, like the way that the resonant frequency is calculated makes it not act like just your simple forms of equalizers. It's considered a very effective equalizer, and with my experimentations I can kind of see why. Among the reasons that I won't be calling it console SSL, besides the fact that that is a trademark of somebody else, is that I'm not necessarily designing it to perfectly match and duplicate what the SSL is. What I want is the core functionality. And by core functionality, I mean sweepable mids with sweepable resonances. Q is essentially resonance. The resonance needs to move in the same direction as the real SSL console ones do. And that means if you turn the resonance, if I'm remembering correctly, let me take just a moment, step out of here, and go and literally look. Don't mind me. I'm about to say something, and so I want to have it right. So, real SSL channel strip. I'm also very interested in looking into the dynamics. It seems kind of interesting to me to do an expander and have that be part of all of the channel strips as well, because I can tell it's in use in a lot of these very synthetic 80 sounding things. You can tell that not only do they have compression, but they're also using the gating as not just only a gating. You can have the gating serve as sort of a decay adder, an emphasizer, and that can absolutely be done. But what I'm talking about with the filters is like this. You need to be able to turn the filter up to make it wider. You turn it down to make it narrower. That is not the same as having a Q control and being able to increase the number on the Q. Instead, this is reducing the number on the Q. And it does it in such a way that the boost will get kind of wider and bigger as you turn this up. As you turn this up, the loudness gets bigger, and as you turn this up, the frequency goes higher. So you should be able to reach into this area. Also note, when I showed you the picture of the MIDI control surface, it had stuff lined up in this way, where you've got your stuff in a bit of a triangle, and I can reproduce that with the MIDI control surface, but there will be extra stuff tucked in there. Like the triangles won't line up perfectly. And I'll just figure out what I need to do in order to make that good. But you should be able to reach for your mid-ranges and go, okay, here's where the mid-ranges are, here's where these controls are. And if I reach for this little triangle in green, the one on the top will make everything be a little bit louder. The one directly under that will make things get wider, so it'll have more of an effect. If there's too much of a high frequency boost going on, whatever I've got set up, I can make that become less in two ways. One is by taking the top corner there, and that will turn it down. The other is taking the bottom corner, and that will narrow the band upon which I'm working. And you can reach into this area with your fingers. And this little slot in the middle probably helps with that, and I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. Maybe, if I can remove the potentiometer cap for that. Yeah, well, SSL low end bump would be this. You need to be able to reach into the zone and do whatever stuff it is you need to do, and have it be obvious to the hand where you're going. And it's arranged in such a way where you've got this little cluster of 5 here, and this little cluster of 5 here. there's a spot in the middle where there is no knob. And that's how it's arranged. I won't be able to exactly duplicate that, I don't think. Maybe. Like if I have 4 knobs and then another 4 knobs and then 4 knobs on the top and another 4 knobs, then I'd be able to duplicate this part. And this bell could turn into another knob like this. And then I would have 2 further knobs up on top and 2 further knobs down at the bottom. And it would take up a bunch of space, so I'd have to use one of the larger enclosures because there's not enough room to stack that many instances of the 4 tiny knob control. But that's kind of what we're talking about as far as getting the control strip thing to actually work and be useful. The thing that's really exciting about that company, they're in Argentina, that I showed earlier, is that they are making it possible to specify. Like one of the things I looked at was literally you can go on to like Perfect Circuit and get instances of Softtube Console 1, and those are designed in much the same way. Not exactly, because they don't have the channel strip laid out vertically. But Softtube Console 1 is attempting to have the same parts of the filters. They're attempting to have the same filter parts. By that, you've got your, and I was also watching a Dan Worrall video about this very thing. I was trying to watch a Dan Worrall video about literal SSL imitations. The one that he was looking at was, in fact, the Waves imitation, and he was paid to do so. Like he was being paid to enjoy his Waves. Although one thing about this guy is when Dan Worrall is paid to endorse your product, he will still wise off on you if he feels there are things that are wrong. Like this man does not like there being useless knobs or things that are accurate to the hardware, but not what a DAW user would need. And that's amusing. Even though he was getting paid by Waves, he was still sassing them a little bit, and I respect that. But it very much leads me to wonder whether if I was to make an SSL style EQ, does it need to have buttons for the high and low shelf versus bell? Because an SSL has the button for the high band and the low band being either shelf or bell. And I see no reason why that couldn't be the same behavior as the mid-range bands. Like, I do not see why the... Armad asks, have you looked into variant Kalman filters like extended or unscented? Technically, none of them are scented because it's audio. I think that might be SAS. Nothing wrong with SAS, though. By all means, ask me silly things if you need to. So the back of my brain is busily trying to figure out whether in doing a console SL, what I very much need to do is redesign some of that stuff. I am also wondering whether I absolutely have to make a GUI version of it, because there's another interesting thing about SSL filters. Those channel strips are really big, but part of all the functionality in there is stuff that the DAW can do for you. You might already know what I mean. Those buttons that are in SSLs, a lot of those buttons are things like changing the signal flow. And the options that you get using the buttons that are typically, it's like, yay, this is the clone of the SSL, and so we have these buttons, the same as in the original one, and the button does this. And it means that you can assign the EQ to be pre-filter or post-filter, and you can have the EQ be pre-dynamics or post-dynamics. Well, all you have to do is make distinct separate plugins for each of those places. Then you can drag them up or down on the DAW, and if you want the EQ to be pre-compressor, well, you just drag it with the DAW. What Dan Worrell was suggesting is that you really should be able to do high passes or whatever on just only the sidechain of the dynamics, which is all cool and all. Technically, you can't do that with the actual hardware. But Dan was like, "This is a DAW. Why can't you do that? It's kind of bull to not be able to do that." And he's got a point. He's got a point. And the part of that, what did I just did the correct thing. It's all good. It's all good. We got there. We got there. It's fine. So the part that, maybe I can make ladders in the edges of here. To do that, I would have to go and get ladders, but maybe that would be a good idea. You think? Maybe time to go and get ladders. Well, firstly, time to fly over and see what that is. I think somebody is making a flying course where you're supposed to go through those things. And indeed, and indeed target here and bounce on the ground. I am not sure what that ended up being, but no matter. Oh, I can have a look at, and also, what is this? I don't think this was mine. This is somebody else's build. Somebody else's stuff, so I'll leave it alone. Number horse. Oh yeah, somebody who showed up a long time ago. Started by building this. They are also using iron block in their design. Cool, cool. We have also got some kind of funny thing here. Oh, I fell up. Okay, never mind then. I'm not really quite sure what that was meant to be. I think it may be just kind of abstractions. Yeah, Blue Baggins, what I've been thinking about along those lines is really stuff that has a lot more to do with, he says as he starts looking for ladders. I ought to be able to, it's a bunch of stacks of wood. I can generate ladders out of these. Let's make lots of ladders. That's not how you do it. I bet I can remember how to do this. But not like that. I feel like it's like this. Got there. And now I can't put those away. Also, I'm needing to do a pit stop in a bit. Tell you what, I'll go for a little bit longer. And then once I've finished doing that, I'm going to make, oh look, random wolf. Hi there, pupper. And this is, I feel like that looks nice. Wolf's gonna go for that chicken if it's not careful. Needs a bit of work, but it's nice. Woof. Yes, woof to you too. Thank goodness that my fall damage is removed using this technique. Oh, that's amusing. I can make it decorative like this. To the point where you fall down and go boom. Kind of like that. Let's do it that way. And I think I'm going to have enough to do all of them, so let's do that. Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind. I could also do vines if I felt like that aesthetic. I may. Wouldn't it be funny if you could place both, but you can't? Okay, now if I place a if I put a floor in, I can climb through it. And that's what I had in mind. That's what I had in mind. So I'm also going to need to place some lights. So I guess my next thing is going to be placement of a bunch of stuff. Oh, it's getting darker. For instance, floor go here. And this is where I'm going to need to start finally putting these sea lanterns in. Like that. Because if I don't light this, it's going to become an unpleasant scenario. You can walk up to there, that's cool. Alrighty, so it's going to work kind of like this. And as you go over there, you'll be able to see down quite steeply. And then we're going to put carpets all over there. This Jeffrey's tube will be all Star Trek and stuff. Boop. But yeah, it becomes a really interesting question. It's similar to game design, honestly, the way that having to deal with the plugins and how they're coming together. And the reason that I was showing those MIDI controllers, I have many questions as to how to go about doing the GUI plugins. I have many questions as to whether I need to start making big fancy GUI plugins which have all of the things. And then the consideration of SSL style EQ plugins brings you fairly quickly to the question of, are you in fact going to have it act exactly like the real deal ones? Are you going to make it more capable in a DAW style sense? If you're going to have it be reconfigurable in the way that they do using those push buttons on the real device, do you do it with push buttons or do you do it in some other form? Because honestly, I really kind of lit up realizing that if I did SSL, or SL I should say, the functionality that I need, rather than attempting to clone exact things, I don't mind if it becomes working slightly different. What I want is for it to do the job really effectively. Whether you could legitimately call it a clone is not at all what I'm interested in. I'm going to have a lot of flooring, so we're going to do the flooring like this. Goodbye. I'm going to go and see whether he survived. He did. And he's beating me up. I need to heal up from that damage. I see places where I could put some more black glass. Just saying. That kind of pokes out. It could be filled in a little bit more there. We could have a band of black glass surrounding that. But that is a question for another day, I think. Or if not another day, I'm sure I can do it today. But for another moment, maybe, is what I'm thinking of. Boop. Boop. There, now I do have a bunch more of these. What I needed and wanted. It'll be interesting to find out whether I've got light calculated properly. So if I don't, we're going to start getting monsters in the middle of my little spaceship, and that's no good. Don't want that. That said, I am guardedly optimistic about how pleasing this is becoming. I feel like it's coming into its own. I could put ladders there too, but I'm not sure it would be any good. There's ladders along the inside edges of this. Yeah, so the idea of being able to move towards a proper console SL modularly is kind of exciting. Because if I was to do it that way, you'll remember that the whole deal with console LA and console MC is that they had to be built into a single object. Like there's one plugin that does all of this calculation, and it has EQs built into it. And you can use the EQs and things built into it, and it's just going to do its thing. It's going to be the plugin where you just put one of them on the end of the channels and then one of them in the beginning of the bus, and there you go. And that was the plan. But if it turns out that the SSL approach and the fact that it is modular, the fact that you can, in fact, move those pieces of functionality around as if you were sliding it to different places in the DAW, well, why wouldn't you just do it modularly in the DAW? And it would mean that I could build it bit by bit. It would be like an entire month's worth of plugins, basically. Oh, lovely. And then we'll have our top area, which goes up here. Except for maybe not, because I'd have to climb up a little taller than that to get there. But that's fine. Yeah, Igor was saying that I started exploring voxels for Godot. Well, that sounds quite interesting. That said, me being me, I would suggest, like, can you think of anything amusing to do with voxels that isn't attempting to do Minecraft? Because if you're doing it anyway, if you're going to be building something anyway, well, why not try to do something that's different? Seems like no reason that you'd have to do something the same. You could try doing something different. Me, I am now speculating how I want to arrange this. Chandelier. Chandelier not needed. Oh, although we could simply build it into the floor. Could be a storage zone. Let's see what that's like. That would make it be like this would be the floor, so you could still move under these quite easily. Yeah, I could do something with this. That said, I'll tell you something. I am very close to needing to run off and take a bit of a, what do you call it, bio break. Oh, didn't mean to do that. This has me too distracted. So I tell you what, we're going to put on some music. I'm going to actually step away from that. Let's put on this time. We'll put it towards the end because usually by the ends of these jams I'm making them go better. And I will return with one final thing of coffee. Having, I don't know, gotten a bit of a I thought I'd give you the full stereo effect. I may not get you to sleep, it's funny. You go off and take a nap while the music does its work for you. But that's enough wackiness for now. We have also had Minecraft music happening at the same time. Gotta remember to pull out Batik Erotic more often. So yeah. I could see how I could make that be better. Huh. Day spider. Cheers. Ooh, I could make lots of soul sand and then walk everywhere really slowly. It's nice to just derp around with this kind of very low level stuff sometimes. Oops. Oh, got there. Go. So when you have a storage area, you can have a storage area that is a proper storage area. The only challenge there is you can't tell which one you're going for. But what you can do is fill in a little floor. Yeah, it's definitely nice to not be hammering away on the plugin front literally all of the time. I feel very motivated to push really hard on that. Oh, look at that. We can open this like this. What does that mean? To the way we draw this. It means we can have hiding chests. Does that seem fun? Clearly I'm going to have to make some more stone slabs, but we can do that. I am basically in favor of this change. I am largely in favor of it. So let's make a whole bunch more stone slabs right away. And that's how we do that. The whole deal with, hang on, still having thoughts. These are not what you would call important thoughts, and I do not care. The whole deal with the new versions of console is how am I going to come up with stuff that'll do what I want? And how am I going to go through and get everything made that I need? And the neat thing about what the SSL-oriented design offers. See, now that's kind of interesting. We've got ominous looking blackness. Now I could further inset this, or I could further make that be a floor. Do I listen to Square Pusher? I've got an album by Square Pusher that I bought on CD, but it wasn't one of the ones I'd be that interested in. I feel like Square Pusher is maybe a little more aggressive than I usually like. I'm interested, mind you. Oh, here's a thought. Oops. So it looks like a floor, and it looks like just sort of little swirly floor holes, but it's not, because it is actually where double chests live. So that's fairly cool. I wonder if there's any benefit to... Oh, yeah, a little bit. can't actually climb up those, but there still is windows if you need them. And I can make it so that you can climb up on those. Here's another bank of stone slabs. I feel like I might want to replace that with the iron blocks, though. Then it'll be sort of a large square. Yeah, it seems cool. I should check out Red Hot Car by Square Pusher then. It was nice checking out Dilla after being told about Dilla. I mean, it was worthwhile on a number of fronts because that did, in fact, also give me an idea for a plugin. Pretty much in order to do what I was asked to do, all I have to do is take a compressor and then add an envelope filter to the sidechain of the compressor. That's all that was. I shouldn't say it in a way that makes it seem like it's bad or inadequate or something, because it's not. It's fine. It's great. Huh. Long as we're doing this. Jonathan, I am indeed thinking about that. It's maybe not the very top of the list, but now that I've been asked specifically for that, and I've found more or less the purpose for how that's done, I am kind of interested in it. Oh, it is dark. You're likely to be eaten by a grue. Maybe not likely. You're semi-likely to be eaten by a grue. It just seemed like a kind of a neat effect. That thing. That sort of squishy Dilla thing going on. Because I was like, that sounds like super saturated tape effect or something. But it's really not. That's not what it is at all. It's something else. Now, what would we have if we continue this motif? So a lot more of this was still steel. We're making a too thick floor, but there's nothing so wrong with that. That's basically fine. Just need to have the 1/2 slab in there. So maybe we just carry right on. We only need a single 1/2 slab in there to be able to get access to those. And we don't really need the floor to be 2 steel blocks thick, but there's nothing saying we can't. See, and we still can open it up. Boom. Yeah, that seems nice. Very well lit, too. So I wonder... Oh, indeed. Those could indeed be larger windows. They could be quite large indeed. They could be extending all the way down there. I just listened to Donuts. I just listened to Donuts. Which is not a bad thing. It's like, no, don't listen to Donuts. Terrible idea. No, it's fine. But that's the only one I listened to. But I put it on and returned to it day after day. Got quite interested. I love the fact that he used Zappa. The Zappa sampling man. So let's see. Where's my... Gonna need more of these. Oh, tough guy. Yeah. And we are dropping all of our stuff. That is not optimal. I'm going to have to half slab it over here. Let's see if this works. If not, I'm going to have to... No. I'll just have to be more careful next time. Yeah, so we can make windows that come out of this quite nicely, although I don't know what theirs are going to look like from the outside, but we'll find out soon enough, won't we? Yeah, in another conversation that I had, this one on the dither thread on Gearspace, if there's a particular dither thread on Gearspace that has my attention. There was a guy who was looking for what dither will enhance your transient content best, which is not actually a sensible question, but that was the question he had. And people were being kind of scornful because, of course, they were. But it reminded me that I had a dither back in the day that kind of did act like that. Because back when I did... Oh, please not fall. Dither me timbers and... Come on. No! Boop. See all of these that I'm dropping? You don't need to drop all of those. But we do need to have a glimpse at what it looks like with those particular windows in place. I think that's okay. That's not too bad. I'll be wanting to extend the top ones out around a little bit, but that seems okay. I'll just extend it a little bit and it'll be fine. I would still get a decent view if I wasn't using those, though. Like if I didn't extend it that far down, what would we get? That is the question. We would get okay, so that's kind of cool looking. Maybe that is a better answer. Let's try it. I feel like that is a decent layout. Also, if I wanted to, I could do this. Then I wouldn't be able to look out straight. I could only look down. I have a sort of T-shape. Well, hang on. If I was over on that mountain that was entirely covered with torches, I'd see what that angle looked like. Given that we are just derping around. Okay, so from that angle you can kind of see where the floor is. Oh, you could make that black glass into a heart if you wanted. Would that be cool? Can we have the spaceship of heart? Because I was going to just extend the black glass around the metal band, but we could just have it be the spaceship of black glass hearts. Yeah, top couple of points. And if we do, oh, check it out. That's kind of something. Shall we do that? It's the sphere of love. Who wouldn't like the sphere of love? I didn't plan that at all, but it sure does seem to have worked as a design. Then all I have to do is finish the top part, and it's a little spaceship. All I got to do is make my way over to there. It will be interesting to see how some of this shapes up. But I kind of enjoy that notion. Silly though it may be, but that is kind of reflective of my whole project. Like, if I wasn't doing stuff out of love, why would I be doing the open source things that I do the way that I do? Bye, Crappy Blunt. Oh, and I can see that we can put a girder in here. And that neatly covers over that section. So that works. That would be, I think, accurate. People talking about Ben's most recent video. I like watching Ben's stuff, honestly. That said, I think that's an accurate assessment. So let's continue fooling around. And seeing what we can make happen, for instance, with a higher floor that we can actually, well, look at that. If we do this, we can just walk straight out into the upper level. I did not actually expect that part. I kind of need a white stained glass to fill in that. That is way more functional than I expected. Is it simply because this part is shaped differently? Yes, I think it is. Well, we'll worry about that. Or we'll not even worry about that, but we will do these things with it and then see if we can make it be the same on all of the sides. Maybe this gets to be a catwalk around the top edge. You think? And again, I can only express how nice it is to be able to turn to things like this after weeks on end, grinding really hard at coding projects that feel very important. Stuff where you're like, I have to get this right. I must get this right. Huh. Well, the way this stuff is shaped seems odd. There's a missing point. Whee. Oops. It's going to take both of them. We got all kinds of floors going on in here. And this is probably going to use up all the rest of our slabs. And it is high enough up that I could be putting those floor lights in here too. Could be. I mean, I can think of worse ideas. Or we could put them, we could step them in a little bit. You think? It is delightfully not important, but all the same, we can occupy the brain with questions like that. Vital, tearing questions of where do we put the sea lanterns in the build? I never really do very well at finishing these things up with, okay, let's furnish it now. Somehow that never actually works for me. I'm not sure exactly why. I just know that does tend to be a thing. So let's see. Hey, that one we can't actually climb. Until we can. So some of this is going to be replaced with just heavy blocks, steel blocks. It is kind of nice that I have this dome. So I could have the transparent stuff be these parts. Don't know how that would look. Yeah, I was indeed talking about that, yes. Like, one definite possibility is, and like, definitely don't mind me because I'm just kind of staring at this and seeing what it could become. Like, how would I make this shape be a sort of circular window thingy with the rest of this area being brick? Because that would make it a little bit weirder. Also, we could have an entryway on the tops of the hearts that are shown there. Did I finish downstairs, though? Got a lovely view this way. That is most effective. Storage. Oh, I have not even placed any of my carpets. I wonder whether that's going to make it look bad, as I designed this around being able to place carpets on things. I don't think you can place... Yes, you can. But then you can't get in. Also, I bet we can cover up the light, or perhaps not. That's interesting. This doesn't seem to have affected the light here at all. Well, I didn't expect that. No, sir. Also, I can't place it on the bottom edge, but I can place it there. Oh, I need to... We can't actually do that. It's not letting me climb very well. better to be able to actually use that. So those are all half slabs. Oh, it's getting dark, which will actually show me whether this is a dark place now. Also, the top is going to spawn monsters. That is not optimal. Haven't put the lights in yet. Maybe that means this is a fine time to put the lights in. Not there, but there. And we need to do that. I just need to decorate a little bit because this is not very well decorated. I could use like some bookshelves, tables, chairs made out of stair, stuff like that. And the thing that I'm thinking about regarding the release stuff mind you, as one might expect, I am now also thinking about things like where to place these blocks, because it's a game. And when you're playing a game, you ask questions like, where shall I place my blocks? But the idea of consoles overshadowing each other, I wonder, and this could well be a thing. Did he not actually drop any? Rude. There you go. I'm now wondering whether I can release console SL secretly. And I'll tell you how that would work. Although it might not be a very good secret the way I'm thinking of it, because if I was to go around and start putting out like well, that's amusing. Can we do that twice? I wonder whether maybe we can continue to do that. No wonder we can have light through here, is because it's actually not showing. Alrighty. Remember how I was talking about console SL along the lines of, why should I make a single big plugin that has so many controls on it that you have to use Juice to do it, if we're doing the SSL style, knowing that, oh, don't mind me getting a little distracted. I could place these holes in slightly a different way. That's I don't have to, I just could. Oh, hang on. No, that one wants to be there. That's part of the floor. Let's put that back. That's part of the actual floor. You could fall out and hurt yourself. So the thing is, if the SSL style is made up of different things like the dynamic section, the filters being high pass and low pass, the EQ section, and let's just say I'm working on the EQ now, because that's true. I've got the beginnings of what would end up becoming the EQ now. And that's all cool. That's all well and exciting and stuff. Okay, I like this look. We have all of the axis and a lovely quiet flooring that we can jump on. Only thing we can't place is there. Huh. That one didn't stick. So that's pretty cool. We haven't finished the rest of this, but it's coming. If I remember correctly, we were just getting finished with this part where we had successfully made it look like a heart, which is fine. So how about continuing that process, and we'll make the rest of them look like a heart too, because we've kind of finished the rest of this stuff. So block of iron, black stained glass. There's that one. I don't believe you can put carpet there, but that's okay because you have a little better angle from there. It's a slightly unusual shape, but there's nothing wrong with that. And then up here, and technically we don't need those half slabs, do we? So one thing at a time. I think that's what we had. Although with this, like, we could have this view, or we could have that view literally covered up so you can't actually see it once you go up to it. Or let's constrain it a little bit. There's our stone slab again. Now you can see out of it, but that point is kind of reinforced. It goes up. Making it look like this. And then we could also do the same thing there. Makes it look a little bit different. those should now match. Okay, so now we can see out of there. Could step in a little bit, have it be these two in the bottom, and then block it like this, so you only have this much view from the top. I'm not sure if that's really better, though. In fact, I question that choice. We can also build these in, seeing as we're not actually using it for anything. Or decorative pillar. Because that produces a sort of little alcove, and any block can complete that, but we do need to have it there. So that makes that look fairly complete. But you can still get over to here and look out the window. This part still needs finishing, but it'll take care of itself. It's very easy to move throughout this place. So here's the thing, you can step up into this area, which makes it easier to look down quite steeply. Or, since these are simply half slabs, those are all purely decorative. So we can see what happens if all of this is just more carpeting and it's on the same level. Because we can't put carpet on top of a half slab, it's already a block. So here we have plenty of carpeting. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. It makes it look a little odd that we have this extra layer there, but on the other hand, that gives you a little bit of a view of the sky. I like it. And having everything carpeted makes it a very chill, quiet spaceship. Only thing you can't climb on, you can't put a carpet on that. Nor can we actually carve it out. I don't think we can carve it out. We could find out. Get ready to replace it in case this ends up becoming a death hole. It literally becomes a death hole, which works like this. No! And there I got my piece back. I wonder if I can fly up to... Okay! I didn't honestly expect that. That was just hilarious. Let's go down a different stairway, but not before... making this part be right. Haha. That's how we needed to do that. Gonna need to finish this rest of this bit. But until we do, This is fairly well. Okay, which is the death hole? This is the death hole. So here's where you see the steel outer casing. You go right to this point, and then you got up from there. I mean, I could build around that, but it would stop the outside from being round. If this was a wall block, it would look the same as that. Do we have wall blocks? I don't think we do. But that is a gratifying enough idea that I'm tempted to literally just do it. You think? Have that be a point at which the bottom of the stairwell is just wool block? I don't know, it wouldn't be properly fireproof though. Not that anybody's going to be setting this ship on fire, but still. Let's not concern ourselves with that one right at the moment. I've still got some iron blocks to place, and in fact I could set myself up with a few more of them. You're going to set me on fire if I'm not careful. There we go. There's a lot more iron blocks. And we are going to make this be a sphere-shaped top of the sphere. And figure out how to do that. Maybe even with a better entrance. I'm not sure. That said, I can see certain things that need to be done. Boop. I've even got some more ladders, so we can continue the ladder motif. And go right up to the top edge. That seems correct. Oops. I do have to step back a bit in order to do that. We're going to go around the outside later, dealing with any remaining white glass. I suppose this could be a way of climbing in and out of it. I have this motif of doing all of the corners with ladders, which I suppose is efficient in its way. Doesn't have to be. This just happens to be. We can decorate with ladders too. That's super pointless. We could be decorating with lights, but I don't think we need that much light. So if we were able to climb all the way out, for instance, by doing this, there would be yet another ladder, and then you'd be able to get outside like this. Huh, that's not the same as the others. Well, this is the way I can get out. Let's see how all of this shapes up. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, so that is a shape that is like a ring. Now I got to figure out how I did this. And whether I want this... If we did this instead, and then went down to level and grabbed a nap. I wonder if I'm still streaming. This would be a great time to go and make a cup of coffee if I hadn't already gone and made a cup of coffee. Don't really need to keep doing that over and over. In fact, I believe I've had my last cup of coffee for today. And now I am simply wondering what else needs doing here. Let's assume this needs doing. Okay, so 4. But that's 3, not 4. What are we looking at? Oh, I see how that worked. I see how that worked. And then here is a blank space. Here's a hole through to the outside with a ladder there. There's 4, there's 4. And there we are. There is, we could put paintings there too. Although I will also note that this was the area where I was gonna have some more windows. That said, Maybe not. Maybe I'm not going to need Windows per se. Just the ability to get out. So let's see, where are we at? And then there's 3 of these. Which are not load blaring blocks because they apparently can be removed without changing anything. That's weird. Weird but true. And then to fill that in, that's the thing. So let's see, if we did this, we are rapidly closing all the space. This is giving us skylights that look kind of like they're supposed to be something. I'm just trying to figure out how this works. Oh, I see. I see through the hole in the roof that I just made. That's why I see. Boop. So we could do something like this. Bits of it still need a bit of work. Oh, and we don't necessarily need to, maybe we do. Maybe this can be a cockpit area for flying this thing around the universe. That seems like a amusing concept. Perhaps we'll do it. A raised area. All the rest of these go this far over though, so I'm not sure. Also, I know a good way to make pillars. And I think we've got white stained glass. Wait though, it's not white stained glass I want either. We want to replace that with something else. Namely, all this black stained glass we've got. And some of that. We'll leave the white there and figure out what to do with it. Probably simply remove it. I feel like that's going to be the answer. After all, it's not showing up absolutely everywhere. There we go. And boop. So what do we do with the top thing? Does it come to a point or does it, oh, I know. It can come to a big light. That seems good. Using that, we'll be able to deal with how this works. And there's our iron block. Right out there. And we've got there. And we've got there. Very good. So I'm inclined to say that that seems to be working fairly well. You can climb on the outside like this, which might just be an easier way for me to place the remainder of the black stained glass. I should probably cut some of these. Looking cool on the outside too. We'll cut some of that with the silk touch so that we can have them back in case we need to use them for building. I'm going to fall through the hole there. There we go. It's going to be a cool spaceship, Bront. Once I'm done with it, once I can go inside and sleep. Why do I not? There it is. The black glass works really well in the night. And this is probably a fine time for me to switch over to working from in here. Was that a mistake? It wasn't that big of a mistake. And heck of it, I've got enough. Let's just start breaking them again. Yeah. So I'm certainly going to want to make some kind of raised up navigation station thing in here. Oops. Give me that back. It's been a whole series of weeks, I must say. One of the things that is going on is that I am increasingly committed to the concept of dealing with the deterioration of my house. The house that I live in is the paint is all peeling and the exterior is going so bad that it is a matter of some concern. Like it's no bueno. It's definitely a poor thing. And so I'm going to see whether I can't straighten that out. It's a fairly intimidating prospect because work like that can be costly, and it's going to be. But I will do my best and see whether I can't survive getting that done anyway. It's sort of along the lines of future-proofing. Trying to deal with stuff properly. I wonder whether this is narrowing my view too much. I'm also beginning to run out of black stained glass, although I have plenty of white stained glass, and that's a little weird, but more stairs all the way up to the top. Now I wonder what that is. Is this supposed to be here? Huh. Boop. Let's assume it was not. Likewise, I've got another one of those here, and as long as I keep this snowball selected, I can not only survive that, but also fly right back up again. So let's continue that process. And once more. Gotta love weird Minecraft stuff. Suppose I could put light on there. Did I inherit my house from my relatives? Not exactly, no. No. Back in the day, when I was a lot younger than I currently am, I got married to somebody, not somebody who had a house, but I got married to somebody in a situation where the two of us combined, our incomes could be combined to be able to afford such a thing. And that's what we did. So the reason there's a house is because I was with somebody who, and don't mind me while I continue to fuss around with some of these things. Just looking at visual representations of things and fussing with them. So that's pretty much what happened there is I was a Section 8 renter, and I combined my resources with someone and ended up getting into what's called the Section 8 homeownership program, which is something that people did some time ago in hopes of being able to get people out of renting in such a way that they would end up being able to, well, among other things, be self-supporting. And what's this doing? There we go. That's what I thought it was supposed to do. That's what the house actually is. It is a sort of elaborate way of trying to do Section 8 better. Don't mind me, I'm continuing to explore some of this. And it's a weird way of entering this house, but that's fine. I'm liking that design. I just need to build a dice in the middle of it. Or something to that effect. Why am I stuck? There we go. There that is. So it's actually Section 8 low-income stuff, but in a funny sort of way. It's very, I don't know, American in assumptions. This idea that you should really live in a house. Why are you not living in a house? But there is truth to the idea. There is benefit to be had from just not being prey to landlords and all of that. There's some truth to that idea. I'll fill you in on that. And then what's ended up happening is through being able to do the Patreon and stuff, I'm able to make payments on the house, because it's like it's not owned outright. I'm still paying it off. It's just that it's a much better deal than what it would be if it was like a mortgage and that. I mean, a much better deal if I was straight up renting it, is what I mean. I wonder whether I really need to have additional ladders out here. I feel like maybe not. You're not actually supposed to climb outside. Also, there was something else I meant to do. Well, while we're figuring out all of this, I'm going to grind up some more of these because I had better. I'm straight up running out. Hey, Alburp. Maybe, not sure. We'll see. Probably don't need more than this, though. Oh, he didn't even drop anything. Stinker. Well, where possible. I mean, a lot of the work that I do is to support people who cannot do that and never will. I think in this day and age, it's kind of exceptional. It's a shame. It shouldn't be, but I think it is. I don't think being able to live in a house is normal at the moment. Wait, why did I just... We were replacing these with these. That's why I made those. There we are. So this edge is now taken care of. What I'm speculating about is whether I can sort of dome off the top of it in an interesting way that will make it safer to climb up to the top of there. And then I'm also interested in what it looks like from the outside, because all the black glass is going to be fairly effective at you can see through it pretty easily. So here we are with another bank of black glass. Like that. And then like this. Checking it from all angles. Huh. Okay, so if I step down one, that brings me to the edge. And if I step down one, it brings me to the edge. And if I step down one, that's not done. I'm convinced this is one of the reasons that Minecraft is so popular, is because it gives people a way of building and doing stuff that they can have and keep. Never mind that it's not the most, like, I wouldn't say that it's a replacement for a house that can keep you out of the rain. But all the same, this is something that people can have. So let's see, entries through the pillars. The pillars are pretty substantial. This could be raised in such a way that the next floor down has a raised ceiling. That's not an unreasonable suggestion. So if we gotta have that, then we could maybe just kind of continue the theme. And then it becomes time to make the raised center arch. Now, how are we going to go about doing that? Ooh, Alburp. I usually call that a DAW. That I favor, for instance, Reaper for that purpose. I know that's a bit wise-ass, but I mean it. It's like, you have no idea how difficult it has been for me to get up to the point of being able to do juice plugins. So, like doing that, no, I use the DAW for that purpose. Oh, I know. I hear that complaint. I know that is a concern. People aren't always that good with me having so damn many plugins. It's a little overwhelming, and I grant you that. That is true. Also, a lot of that stuff, I need to let other people do it. I've got a lot on my plate. And it's quite often that I need to let other people do some of that work. Let's see where we're at and what we can make happen here. That's cool. Also, I love that light shines through carpet, which is not how real carpet works, but I don't care because it's neat. And I can bring it out to the edges of these things. Also, thanks to the help of Paul from the Surge Synthesizer project, there is a VCV Rack. That's a thing. That's largely down to that one guy. Or actually, I think it's entirely down to that one guy. I don't think anybody else was actually doing it. It was just only him. Now I can sleep. Yeah, no, it's a known problem that the Airwindows system is so difficult to sift through. I'm aware of that. I have not yet found a solution to that problem, but I do know that it is a problem. How am I doing for half slabs? Pretty well. In some cases, the way that this stuff works out is partly just because there's limitations to just, being a human and doing these kinds of things. There's only so much any one person can do. If I was a giant wealthy corporation, I could probably make much more happen. But then I might be much less interested in doing anything to help anybody. I might be only interested in making a lot of money. And one could say that's not a lot of use. Like, who needs that kind of behavior? So you kind of get what you get. Speaking of getting what you get, I believe I have a sort of pyramid here, and it may or may not be something that objects can be placed on. But we've got up to about here. Ah, no, it is not. So we can get up to a center block, and that object can be placed on. Yeah, there's a side effect actually to what you're talking about there too. People like to find, their personal secret weapons, to the point where I've repeatedly had people make stuff and kind of play all cagey and coy and not want to communicate what they've discovered. including some fairly highfalutin people. I wonder whether I can, like, if this is the spot where you fly the ship from, can I put any kind of other stuff here too? Or not so much? Like, I can expand it outwards like this. You can start from here, so that's, I can build other things onto there. I keep the four-way symmetry, but I'm not sure I need it. Let's carpet the rest of this place while we're at it. There we go. And then technically you can carpet here, but I'm not sure how much use that is. Whether it would be desirable in any way. Like, if you do, it looks like this, and we can't carpet those. Well, you can, but it's not especially useful. Well, I say that, but maybe it's more useful than I thought. If you did, you would wind up with these sort of angles. You can't actually jump up on this because it is stacked. I would like people complain about my videos so hard. It's rather dismaying at times. It's like, oh, you hate this so bad. What is up that you're so mad at me for trying to explain what I'm doing? And yet, that's one of the challenges. Didn't need to do that. No, there's an arrow stuck in that. Yeah, so I could put bookshelves there. That would look a little bit like metering and stuff. Here is where we fly this ship to new lands. Also, that narrows to... What if we continue this shape like this? I still have some black stained glass, although not a huge amount. We'll see what that looks like, but that'll open up the view just a tiny bit. Might be a poor idea because it's going right down to that heart. But then maybe that'll look nice. Or it will partially obscure the fact that there's a heart there, making it become more of the total design. Oh, Jonathan, I have not had any time to work on an album, no. This is along the lines of what I've been chattering about between thoughts. You can climb up into that. Or pretend that there are... Maybe I'll take paintings and put like little control panels all over the place. That might be cute. Because right now we kind of don't have anything here. We could even Yeah, this is where you fly things from here. And that's where you climb out onto the top of the thing. And there's our stuff. And then if we fly over to there, okay. I think I see something which doesn't look right up there, but I'm not quite sure what it is. Oh, it's the ladder. Okay, that's just the ladder. Yeah, one of the things that I've been thinking about is I've been kind of gearing myself up or trying to psych myself up, whether it be on streams, which is a possibility. It certainly would be relevant to people, and like, let me know what you think should be for this idea. Should I be trying to, can you get out of this? I wonder. Should I be trying to mix tracks for an album on stream? It could be a little more challenging, could be a little more intimidating, but it could also be a very worthwhile undertaking. That might be a really decent thing to do. This is kind of what I'm wondering about. Goodbye. I feel like I should put some more black glass under there. Oops. And down we go, we made it. I just gotta reclaim those pieces of iron block. And back in here. Here's where we fly the spaceship to strange new lands. It's the control panels, these arching pillars of stuff. And here's where I take a quick nap so it's daytime. But yeah, the idea is I want to finish up the songs from a couple of years ago. And I went and did Console MC, and then ended up having bug fixes to do with it. And then I ended up doing Console LA, and it came out too loud and too bright, which is interesting. I wasn't really expecting that. And then I start thinking in terms of console. Oh yeah, I wanted to put stuff in here. Console X. And Console X is a completely different concept, and I'm still pretty excited about some of the possibilities there. I feel like that could really be a thing. But then I start working on the EQs that could become a Console SL. And so now I'm in a jam. I'm like, what do I do now? Is that relevant to what I'm trying to do going forwards? Do I finish a Console SL, and then having put it out, I turn around and I just do an album in Console X? Will I want the sound of Console X more than Console? And so this is where it gets interesting. Because one of the nice things about attempting Console SL is that I can build that off of just a lot of... Oh, we could put a... What if the skeleton skull down? It can be made in a modular fashion. And that could be quite a valuable thing to try. Building stuff in a more modular way. Just a moment. My brain is kind of all over the place. That's as expected. So I'm wondering whether I can make a quartz wall. Oh, for heaven's sake. Sir, that's rude. Okay, I got a little cleaning to do now. I am offended. Look at that mess he made. I am offended. And I couldn't switch away and run away in time to make him not do that. Could be worse, could have killed me. All of that will despawn if I'm not careful. Boop. Here's more or less everything I was carrying. Here's hoping another mob doesn't come and kill me while I'm doing this. And lastly, a bunch of snowballs. And let's pick up as much as possible. And then start... I was wanting to find out whether you could make a quartz... So now, do I have any chests on me? I do. Fancy that. There's a start. Gonna want to block those things in, but... That is a rather scattered collection of stuff. I'm not sure if I have the energy to put this stuff back together again, but I do believe I will have the energy to make a couple of more chests, because I'm going to need to. Let's go forth and do just that. Boop. Or I could just make one more chest and see how much I can fit into that. This is me being very confused as to what I actually want to do here. But here is one small part of the answer. Put a bunch of this weird redundant stuff away over here. And go from there as well as I can. Man, just endless quantities of garbage. Well, let's put one of the beds back where it's supposed to be. I don't think we need as many of these beds, but we can have the one. Also, do I have... Well, I can have quartz. There we are. Stacks upon stacks of this. Do we have tools here? Seemingly not. Making it more difficult to get through this. But not impossible. We've still got some stuff bugging out. And we still don't have any tools, so let's grab one. Here's a tool. Oh, did the stuff bugging out just despawn? That seems slightly wasteful. Here we are. And do we have any more chests, or indeed any more wood that I could use to... Well, there's wood. I'm questioning the value of all of this. I wonder if you can make pillars out of quartz. I'm so skeptical. I'm so skeptical. Oh, it blew up that too. That's a shame. Do I have any quartz stairs in here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so do we have any tools here? Do I have to go elsewhere to get a simple crafting table? Hi, Cal. Looks like I have to go elsewhere to get a simple crafting table. Let's start putting some stuff together and seeing what we can make happen. Okay, we can make that. But I don't know if we can make anything else. Oh, I bet we can make slabs, sure enough. And it turns out we can make fancy pillars, but that's not a fence, and a fence is the thing I was actually thinking of. I don't think we can make a quartz fence. There we are. Now that looks a little funky, but this is what it was meant to look like. So we have successfully put that back together again. I need some more chests. But yeah, that's the trick with the album stuff, is that can be kind of challenging. I could do another brick fence. We've got a bunch of iron ingots, so one of the things I could do is attempt to... Oh, and paintings. Let's see how many paintings we can fit up there. Don't mind me looking for chests, not finding any. I'm looking to do something sensible with this situation. Might or might not be feasible. Seeing as it all got blowed up, I would kind of like to make it be better again, but I'm not sure if I really can. The hope was very much to straighten it out. But yeah, I mean, it is quite a question, really. And now I've got back all of my everything. We can even stretch out that chest. Now let's see, I've got a little bit of food left. We can set up our rockets. We can set up our arrows. We are back in the zone as far as being able to do stuff. I don't have a crafting table up there, do I? Well, that can be fixed. We'll throw a couple of crafting tables here, just 'cause, and then we'll go up and put a crafting table where it belongs. But yeah, when I was mixing those things, I didn't have Airwindows meter yet. There was a lot I did not have yet. And so in some ways, I'm quite enthusiastic about well, that didn't work. There we go. In some ways, I'm quite enthusiastic about attempting like a mix scenario, like getting in there and doing that. There. 4 crafting tables, and they can be placed where they are obvious, near the chests. And then, of course, we will continue to decorate. We don't need the tic-tac-toe board on the top. We could do more. Want to have the entire inside area look like crafting table? That seems good. Or they could have been in the bottom of this. I don't know, though. Never did get around to making a wool block. So there are a number of challenges with, and this would be a nice place. This seems okay. Lovely tall ceiling. Should there be like rooms in here? It's big enough where you could make rooms in here. We could have interesting little rooms with interior wall. Rooms for 4 people. And we could, yeah, it's 4 things, right? So we could have individual, as long as I label it somehow. But then I sure have a lot of paintings. How many different kinds of paintings can you put? This could be a form of labeling. There we are. That matches. That does not. That does. So as long as I can identify the look of those things, we can actually make a sort of label, which is the signs visible from both sides, and that is coded to be this particular thing. So then you go down to here, and you can't actually put that on the letters, but what you can do is put it like there. And so we can have sort of multiple color-coded things where you go up here, and there it is again. Or indeed here too. You just have, we have so many paintings, there's no reason not to, right? Was that it? Yep. And then what that means is in the central area, that is that person's house. So then we close it off in such a way that you can get in, perhaps using these in some way. We have not actually gotten to, let's go back down. And you also can't put them there because we've got carpet there. But you could put them here. Oh wow, okay, so that actually can be a double wide because it will go onto the glass quite happily. So maybe that's not going to behave quite the way I expected. Pretty though. But we can fix that. Oh, I had better put my tools back where they belong. So that is the look of this particular area. And we could have that be there. Likewise. There we are. So from any direction you can get the color coding to get in there. But yeah, that thing about mixing records could very well be a thing. Like I could see that being relevant. Don't mind me while I try to figure out how to divvy this up into individual sectors, given that this is probably where the bottom of that heart is, so I don't necessarily want to bust it up too much. Well, let's make more colors of that. Oh, for heaven's sake. He's beating me up. I'm in trouble now. I'm in trouble now. This guy's going to kill me. You would think I'd be better at this. And that one wasn't even kind enough to drop a bed, for heaven's sake. Okay, so now I've got 4 beds for the 4 passengers of this spaceship. Seems like that might just work. The question becomes, how do I make walls? Do I simply make them like this? These are full blocks. I do have plenty of iron blocks, so we can build using that. I never did use the blocks of coal, but that's kind of dark. Do you really want to live in a jet black place? Maybe not. So we climb up onto here to fly the ship, and go down here for the relative color-coded domiciles. And then back into the iron blocks, I guess. Oh, here's a thought. I wonder whether some of this could be Minecraft-y style tools, like a stove or whatever. Because the basic idea here is to fill in so that there is a wall. And so if we do that and then fill in these gaps with stone block, that's like a section of house. It's not big, but it's also not open to, well, I wonder whether maybe this might be where those coal blocks come into their own. You think? Like, it'll be kind of dark, but this is going to be one of the interesting things about dark colors, and that's actually the case for my literal house here, is if you use dark colors, the room that you're in can seem a little bigger. We can throw some nice paintings on there or whatever, just kind of fill it in. You can come over here and there's a bit of a view going over like that, but it's also privacy. Maybe, I'm also speculating on just building all of this using wall. I'm not sure about that, but I'm speculating about it. The thing about wall is it won't go all the way up to glass. So maybe it's time to see whether we can do something useful with that coal we've been carrying around. Also, funny side note, if we put the coal there, it will look pretty much just like the carpet. So the central area, this black thing that you stand on, can be not only carpeted, you can also have the same dark color as the other stuff. And we can see how that rolls, and also top it with the carpet as well. So yeah, stand here to operate the spaceship. So let's see, 1, 39. Okay, I do need to dupe that a little bit to make more. I suppose I could also use dark oak wood. I'm not sure if that's really what I want. Heck with it. No, I don't actually have any inventory space, do I? Hey, Crafty Man shows up. Hey. I can straighten out that inventory space by just placing lots of beds before I actually need to. Hey. I'm just derping around doing my buildy thing. 2 hours from getting to be finished and have tacos, so there's that. So I need to make more of these, and I believe I have successfully done so. That's all I'm going to need. So let's figure out the sequence of operations here. This went off that way, so oops. So this would go off that way. And if that goes that way, then this sort of doing a pinwheel form here. Goes that way. And finally, that goes that way. And here is our domiciles minus only the half slabs to straighten them out. It's a spaceship made entirely of coal. Boop. I already did those. How about here? And this would be where my beds are. You could say that that area up there is just air ducts. That would be fairly plausible. Put that there for now. Let's see whether I need any more of the half slabs placed. All right, and back to Minecraft morning. Give me a moment. I want to go and rinse out my cup. I'm kind of contemplating the idea of, I don't know, they're doing something. If I go down to the basement, I can grab a crafting table to do things with. Can start playing with paintings. Let's see what things we can put on these walls. Oh, you can't put a bed on a light, can you? Look at that. Oh, here's an interesting thought. I want to see what this looks like from the outside. But I could use this motif against, as long as it's taking up the full size. Some of this can be additional half slabs stacked up. That would make an effective look. That said, time to see what some of these do. Seems to be a limit to how big these get to be. That works. Oh, or not. That's huge. That's actually going to be much more effective. 2. How many choices do we have for this? Looks like damn near just one choice. Oh, that works. Those are good. Oh, and we can do that. That looks suspiciously like exactly one painting. Which would be here if we build it like that. It's a pretty good painting. It's a pretty good painting, Bront. I don't know how many other choices I have for it, but looks very much like that's your only option for there. I mean, you could just have stereo paintings too. I don't know. I feel like that is silly. That said, it's nice to have something in there. Oh, also, I see no reason why we couldn't have a light, because the light will do double duty. Let's try this. What does this look like? Because that goes through to the adjacent room, but then if you put a light in, it doesn't. That means there's like a triple lighting scenario, complete with one little bit of room for painting that has to be a 4x4. Huh. So that's a fairly hip location for a thing. So the question is, what other kinds of things can we put? I don't think all paintings all the time is a great answer. I kind of like having the extra lights. That seems very luminous. They have to be on both walls if you do. And I kind of like having paintings connected to that. We could even continue the half slab down there, or not, don't have to. Good. So if I was to just make doors here, it would make it seem like there was a little bit more space. I can just kind of see what randomly shows up when I do this. We've already seen that one. Do like that one. And that one's cool. Also, we're not taking full advantage of the possibilities like there could be a solid door here. Just poking around and seeing what the decoration of this place would be like. How do you go about doing this in a way that seems nice? Perhaps spacing that out like that instead. Like, how do you approach this area? That kind of matches. 3 wide, 3 wide. No, 2 wide, 3 wide. So that seems good. What I should do is get some bookcases. Yeah, let's do that. I kind of like the look of this little place. I need to get some bookcases, and I feel like furnaces. Everybody gets their own little microwave oven. You get furnaces. So let's see. This is not where we find bookcases. But here is. "16 bookshelves should suffice." And yeah, we're on the home stretch for Thursday's stream, I must say. Oh, hey crafty man, I am currently sleeping at our night. That said, I could just leave the bed. Oh, no, we're good. Maybe I should do some kind of little stairway up to the sheep. Boop. So we haven't got doors, but the dark oak that I've got would make pretty good doors. But we do have bookcases, so it's time to put a couple of bookshelves in. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? We can do bookshelves cooler than that. But that's not how it's done. I made a simple mistake. No, we'll do bookshelves like this. Everybody gets big old walls of bookshelves. Now, I'm not quite sure how this is going to work. I do know that I'm going to need to make some more, so let's go and make some more. We do that by duping them, obviously. Have at you, book zombie. Haha. This spaceship is going to be all about the bookshelves. Ah, tough guy. That sucker's mean. So if I have bookshelves here, that apparently shows in just literally one of the rooms. But then if I cut through there, that shows through sort of in the middle there. So here's how this scenario works. So if we do that, we could have the top area be dedicated to all bookshelves. Now you are a diamond pickaxe with silk touch, so you're going to give me a bookshelf back. Yes, yes. Very good. Suppose one of the things we could throw in there is enchanting tables. It's a weird little quirk, but it could work. Do I have anything that can be stacked together again? I do. Okay. So that's pretty cool. We could have this facing like this, and a bedside table here or here. I feel like having space around it seems good. Or a bedside table here, that could work. I'm kind of making them all match. They don't have to all match. I'm just trying to figure out what seems like good in some way. I mean, it all super doesn't matter, as you know. None of this matters in the least. I have some fence posts, but I don't have any pressure plates, and pressure plates are what you make. Well, I got carpet. There we are. Not only that, you can even climb on the table if you do that. Huh. We can apparently make stacks of vertical shelves. That's amusing. But we can only do that if there is another layer, otherwise it'll go away. And I'm not entirely sure any of that looks that great. What if we had it there? Well, it's easier to approach the bed. I still feel as if just possibly, well, hang on. It would look better with a wooden. So bedside table goes under the lamp. Oh, wait. Why do we not have lamp there? What's going on? We've got lamps. We apparently did not finish this part. Time to do so now. No, don't like it. I'm going to quickly have a sleep. The talk of doing the album is very interesting because, on the one hand, it's very much on my mind, also potentially rather challenging. And let's see what we got here. Oh, that's not how that's done. All right, back up we go. There's our little table. Each room gets its own. I am unsure whether to try to put in like doors between these or whether they're strictly more private. You go in this way, the vertical way. If I extend this down to below that, it'll be the same for all of them. And that I am not sure of. Here we are. So, private rooms. With pressure plates. We do not yet have the microwave I was talking about. If we place any, they will probably have the back of them facing out onto the head of somebody else's bed. But what would that look like? Sort of stone bedstead. Well, for one, it wouldn't be able to be up there. It would be down there, but then the back part of it or the side part of it would show up here. I wonder, I don't think I have any cobble. Let's fly back over to where we can get some cobble. There's that dog still. Smooth stone will not work, nor will stone brick. Building in magma blocks, maybe not a win. I'm not sure I have any cobble kicking around here, although I bet I can go and find some. Yeah. I bet there's some in here somewhere. That's a very small amount. It's a slightly larger amount. Huh. Already then. Wait, do I have some here, for instance? No? No? It's certainly not going to be in kind of fancy. I swear I wouldn't have any tucked away in kind of fancy. Never did end up doing anything with the iron. Shouldn't I have iron bars? We know how to make iron bars, right? Maybe we don't. Oh, we can make iron ingots. And iron pressure plates, so that could be an amusing table. Iron doors would be a very thorough way of not letting people in. Okay, there we go. We'll put those bookcases back. And we'll throw some of that zombie crap away to despawn. Alright, about a half an hour before I go and start defrosting dinner. As is my wont, Tuesdays and Thursdays. It no longer looks as much like a heart, but that's probably fine. We're fine with it. Boop. First of all, how many of these do I need to make a set of furnaces? Probably more than this. Oh, but this is the place where the iron bars would go. Like that kind of thing. Didn't expect that. Oh, thought so. It went flying off. Boing. Because this is a spaceship. Oh. See a gamer tag. And as such, we can have metal gratings around in places. Makes it look a little more mechanical. I wonder if I can extend this up. What's up here? Probably not. Hello. Yeah, be careful with my space, but enjoy. Okay, that doesn't actually work. Oi, these are already lights. What are you doing? So how many of these do I need? That makes 5 furnaces. That seems adequate. So if the furnaces go in those corners, they all kind of match a little more than they should, but for the time being, that will suffice, I think. And then if I place it the right way, then we got a microwave, for each house, each spot anyway. And then the head of the bed looks like a sort of little bedstead. It even has a border around it, so okay. Oh, we got a lovely view of spawn. That is a lovely view of spawn. All right, so and yeah, so I was thinking about putting doors in, and I'm not entirely sure. Although I have what I will need. That's what I would need for making that. And if I made some stairs, so maybe some dark oak doors and some dark oak, a bench or couch. What would be a good place for a couch? Here? Multiple couches? Anywho, we do have lots of chests. I just have to remember which one stuff went in. Or I can just search for them and not worry about which one went where. And there's my dark oak. Probably don't need those. I do have a tendency of trying to make everything match. So we can make a bunch of benches, but what about some cool looking doors? Maybe we can make doors that are like those in a like if we place them right. I don't know if you can place paintings over lanterns, but we can hide a lantern. That's going to be a nope. Oh, I'm clicking with an axe. So doing it like that, we can have a double door. And that makes it a little more interesting. So they can only open that direction. And then in theory, we could get a little funky and hide another light underneath the paintings, which may or may not work. Also, I don't have lights anymore because I went and put them away, so let's go and get them back. Hey, first try. I'm pretty sure you can't place stuff over glass, but can we place paintings over light? Beautiful. So now if you go into here, there's a big old light. Not only that, we could put another painting on it. Or who knows what. Anything that's a transparent block that you can just get through. Oh, look, it's an animated light too. Although I bet that's just because overall light changing. I bet that's what that is. I bet this is going to make the paintings go flying off. Although if I'm quick enough, have to be pretty quick, clearly. There's our one light. Door is kind of dumb that way, but whatever. Question. Is it worth doing? Well, hang on a second. That's a feature. Okay, that don't work at all. So that's kind of interesting. Stuck in this narrow closet. And our final couple of paintings. I am considering making the paintings match. I need more paintings if I want to do it that quickly. Do like that one. Let's try to duplicate it. Got there. So what else would be good? Okay, this. Do we need creeper face? How about this one is whatever that is? There we are. That can be this thing. Got there. And that can be this brightly colored flowery thing. No, Mr. Creeperface, that. There we go. It could even be duplicated again, but there's no special reason you'd want to. Okay, so one would normally have the doors closed, and your room would be kind of like this. I don't think double doors would be actually necessary. Speculating on other places of throwing paintings around. I mean, we could put them there. Let's go and get some itty bitty paintings. Ones maybe that match the other arrangement. We've got them. Don't need any more doors. Probably no more sea lanterns. Oh, we didn't put chairs. Let's go and put some chairs. We're going to be kind of relentless about oh, now we've got a chair facing out here. This person moved their chair. Oh, nice. Hey, check it out, Crafty Man's building. Do you want to sleep? I see you there. I'm quite safe in my wonderful little place, so if you want to up, Crafty Man has the watch snowball. There you go. See, I know how that was done. A chair facing the bed there. Crafty Man has the, I had forgotten about the redstone snowball. Or I think it's redstone torch. What does it look like to have a larger bench? Not very good. Can you make the bench curve? Kinda. Look at that. Oh, can we make a... Alrighty, a sort of a love seat thing. I'm not sure I'm that big of a fan, but it's certainly possible. That didn't work. Never mind, back to normal. Everybody must place their chairs in exactly the same place. Oh, it's raining in my house. Oh no. Well, what else were we going to do? We were going to place some more paintings. Sometimes. So that's kind of cool. You can occasionally put something like that. Or we could use it to hide some of the bookshelves. We only get those unless we force it. There we are. I think this goes with the guy that has the black and white abstract. I feel like that's going to be the one. Let's go to where that, there it is. Here we go. One possible outcome, and it is that. Seems legit. It's a fairly colorful one. Huh. Well, not impossible. A little aggressive. I'm not feeling that one for this particular place, though. Strangely, I'm not sure if I don't maybe feel that one a little bit. Oh, and we can put them here, apparently, too. You're kind of looking at the back of it a little bit, but we can apparently put them on that. Also, presumably, oh no, apparently not on that, but we could put one there. That's kind of weird. So covering up all the bookshelves is not optimal. But we can have it there, and it's covering over one of the lights, so everything looks a little bit darker that way. We might even have room for more. Or not, not sure. Well, that's one way of doing it. Oh, and it looks exactly like the other. That's too much. Too many instances. Ah, and you can't go there, can you? Because the tabletop is there. And this other fellow used this one, so we're not going to go there. Huh. Nothing can go down here, only that. But we could force it to be in a smaller space. Except for it won't let us. Well, so this is an art fancier, clearly. Lots of art there. I can't say as I'm that thrilled by that. Maybe it just needs to be slightly offset. How's that then? I feel like this is still a little too busy. Let's not have it be that busy. Let's just go elsewhere. Okay. This is a very mellow, chill thing, so maybe this person wants to cover over the lights with something to diffuse them. What might that be? Definitely not that. Not still more instances of that. Not the creeper either. No, I don't think so. It really wants to do the creeper, doesn't it? No, we're going to talk literally just only covering that one thing. Let's do them one at a time. We have many possible choices with the little tiny guys. That's good for one, I think. They should be different. Then the other one, no, not you. That's exactly the same. Oh, but wait, that wasn't where I wanted to put it, was it? We were going to cover over the light fixtures. Technically, we can cover over even the inside faces of the light fixtures, but not so worried about that. But I was going to cover over the inside of the light fixture. Kind of like this arrangement. I like the amount of black space I have on the wall, and I like the fact that these gray areas have a painting under them always, and so maybe we're going to just make everything look like that. Because they're so garish. These big picture areas, it's like, well, this is the brighter one. I wonder how many options I really get there. So like one of those maybe, and those are bright colors, so that's kind of a bright color, so maybe that's good. Watch how a Minecraft thunderclap goes off and all of my paintings fall. No! And here's our monochromatic dude who already has this up. So I wonder whether maybe we want to place that again. But the only place it can be. And then that covers up one of the lights and it does it like that. Cool. Cool. Okay. Also, it are nighttime. Let's first oh, that matches. I like. That's good. We have our Mr. Cool guy walking in all the monochrome paintings. And it is 4:03. So what I'm going to do now is step aside and start getting my dinner ready. And it probably won't take this long, but we'll see. Alrighty, so that hardly took any time at all. All I had to do was get some cheese out to defrost, which I keep in my freezer, and turn the oven on, and that is doubtless going to be adequate. Speaking of adequate, my dedecorating is going okay. Gotta love the amount of paintings everywhere. I could use different bed colors. Can't I recolor these? What would be good colors for these particular people? This is clearly the right color for this room. God, look at this guy. He's insufferable. He's a goth. He's got a painting of a goth. And he's got all the books. I would add more books if I could. Seems appropriate. Oh, I could add another bookshelf. We could have a whole other bookshelf. I think that's a splendid idea. Let's do that. As long as I can find them. There we go. And no, why do I not have bookshelves here? Am I carrying them? What the? I kind of thought I had bookshelves. I can't have used them all. Well, no matter. I can make exactly one bookshelf, and so we'll do that. Bam. So was the bookshelf gonna, yep, because I just took the thing down, so there we go. So this is the guy with extra additional bookshelves. Although I wonder whether it should be there or whether it should be there. And then this one has a very cluttered looking layout with a bunch of stuff, and so we'll have extra tables. There's our little double table. This one's just basically pretty chill. Maybe that would do well with black carpet on the post for the table. And then that's very colorful. Really colorful look here. Oh, I should put a black carpet on top of that. That would be perfect. Let's do it. I've also got iron bars, although I don't know quite how I can use those in this. Oh, and I've got birch fence and oak fence, which means that somebody's table could be a different color underneath. Oh, or I could use these wood planks. Yeah, hang on. Got lots of that. Let's make a darker colored table too. Is this how we do this? That's a gate. I'm not sure whether there's any purpose to us making a gate. Presumably, fences are harder to make, and we have just made some. Good. Oh, our pressure plate's no different in color. That's lame. Although, also I apparently do not, well, I do have some black carpet, so let's see who gets what. Mr. I Love the Goth can have this, and maybe even additional carpeting. Yeah, we've got a big old carpet. That's the first thing you see as you come in here. There's the one with two, that's a funny trick. One that shall not be repeated. There's our double table there. Pity you can't stack stuff on it, but whatever. Here is the, oops. Well, I guess we use the dark fence posts for that, won't we? We just made them. No reason we can't use them. That looks fairly classy. We can do an awning over the bed. That's funny. Got to be careful to only do the one, and probably when you use the bed you fall off, right? Or it falls off. Yeah, that's not going to work. I got to go and get some other bed colors, clearly. So this is absolutely correct. This could be something else. Perhaps even like a light color or something. Okay, so that one wants a color. That one wants something. And that one wants something. And this guy is definitely all set with like his fancy carpet. Cannot place a carpet there. But we can carefully shape the carpet until it fits here. That is certainly a possibility. Right, there's a statement. And we could conceivably place a square of carpet there too. Do I have more carpet? Let's go and get more carpet just so that we can make this dude be completely wall-to-wall carpeted in black. Do we have I used it all? No. No, I have not. Enter my domicile of gloom. He'd carpet that bit if it wasn't covered with glass. And he has all the books. Yeah, this is Cameron Louder from LoadingReadyRun. And that should absolutely be facing away at where you can look out at whatever this is. It's an okay view. Look out at this basically okay view. This is the tacky view with the Airwindows signs and stuff. So he looks the other way. Also, he feels like, if I lay dying, this is where my love can sit looking away from me and ignoring me. I am doing character building today. Oh boy. So let's see what we can make happen with redyeing of beds. do believe that is a thing that can happen. So firstly, let's try to make one of them red. I think one of them could also be gray. Oh, no, it's already been... They have to be... Well, can you dye them white? Can we do that? Can we use bone meal to take the color away? Then re-dye it? Bleach it. No! Okay, what that means is Mr. Blackbed is going to get a double bed. But then the other single ones wind up having a different arrangement. So there we go with that. We could reposition this too. It's assuming he even wants a chair, but I mean, why not? Sure. So there's our chair looking out onto here. We also throw in the additional carpet right there. And now we gotta go and make a bunch of more beds. Or simply grab them, because we do have white beds literally right here. Plenty of them. So we want 3. And we can put the additional black ones just here. That was a growl and an Enderman. That's weird. Why would there be a growl and also an Enderman? Surely just an Enderman is bad enough news. Okay, as long as the monster doesn't attack me while I'm doing this. Oh, that's not good, that's bone meal. I got the gray one. I still have a white one. I got a green one. Let's see whether we can't get on this damn spaceship. Come on. No! I'm totally in the wrong place. How do I get there? Come on, come on. There we go. Bip. Here's our Master of Ceremonies with his double black beds. This is probably green bad guy. Yeah, it matches the painting. That is gray bad guy because the paintings are kind of understated. And this is the one with the bright red bed, akin to the color of the flowers. It pops. And with that, I will Minecraft sleep for a moment, which at least will reset my spawn. I guess at most it'll reset. Oh, no, there we go. So I am wondering whether it's worth making this be any smaller because it seems a little excessive. Like, do you really need carpeting in this entire area? Or can we dial it back a bit, at least enough so that it looks, I don't know. Okay, this is our captain. I can throw other carpets in here too. That would be a thing that I could do. Nobody else has got carpets, but carpets are something I could make. Black. This one maybe doesn't use the carpet. So it's a dark oak chair. How about a lighter oak chair for this one? This guy doesn't have this dark oak looking chair. It would be nice if I had some birch, honestly. That said, nice perky oak wood chair. It matches with the rest of this stuff. Seems legit. That should work. I wonder if we can extend. Yeah, this one has a foot to the bed. Nah. Nah, I'm not sold on that. This guy is completely sorted. That's exactly what he needs to be. So I gotta come up with some ways, like we've got black carpet. How can we telegraph the direction that this goes? Well, it's just all black carpet though, so what's our most darkest, blackest painting? I need to get one of those. We need to have those as the indicator. In lieu of like a proper sign. I also like that slightly lighter color. Wonder if you move around, does it give you anything different? Oh, that was it. And I lost it. That's the one. That's the one. And maybe I can put it there too. Let's grab some of these back. Alrighty. There we go. So these dark gothy indicators, we'll take it down to here. It has me wondering whether these are facing the outside or not. I think that these are exposed to... Oh, I know that they are exposed to because that said, if I could pick appropriate colors, that only those two spots, and so therefore, if I have coal block, and I think I probably do, yeah. And I haven't done everything that I could with the birch fences or anything like that, but that's fine. Let's see, half an hour to go. We are going to try to decorate Mr. Gothy so that you can immediately recognize what entryway leads you here. And the first way of doing that is replacing these blocks with coal. Oh, and you can't see that block, so that could be replaced too. We don't even need to use this bit. That is available for color, or in this case, lack of. Boop. And then if I can replace that block, let's find out. Score. I feel like there is a chicken on my roof. There is a chicken on my roof. Cool. Okay, so we can have a color-coded theme going on here. Oh. Well, that was a close one. Throw the chicken off. Let's see if it can fly too. Look through the glass. This area over here is our Gothy entrance, where the only sign you see from the outside is these two blocks. But from the inside, you've got a big old arrow, and we still have our metal girders holding things in place. So I'm liking this. We could even continue that theme without obscuring anything on the outside, like this. And that means everybody else can get special color coding too. Only thing I can't really do is change the other parts of this, but this is looking good. I like it. Then we got mist green bed, so green color coding. Gray, so gray color coding, which it kind of could be just... That one's just like, leave it the way it is. I don't know, though. I should use something. Can't just use iron. Got to use something else. So I got a black, a gray, a red. Although this color is pretty... Yeah, we've got different crew members, and each of them get their own colored entrance to their private quarters. And we'll just see how that rolls. So that, I wonder if I can get a grayish purple color going on. In the half hour of streaming I have left, probably. Oh, and I can put a little carpet here too. This is a little bit like the real Minecraft streamers when they're doing their thing and they make such beautiful results out of what they do. That's not going to be me. I don't have enough time to spend for that stuff. But it's a nice little departure. It's a nice little distraction. Maybe Mr. Greybed is sort of aesthetic and doesn't have a chair. Or the paintings? The paintings are pretty good, though. Well, I can put them back. Oh, well, the paintings also cover lights. So that's arguably not as desirable. So let's try putting them back. That's Goth Boy, so we don't do that. There it is. There it is. So what can we do with some color coding here? What kinds of colors might be good? Because I'm actually looking for blocks, so that widens the options considerably. Gray guy could be polished diorite. That might work. Worth a try. And then we've got green and red. I'm thinking I'll grab some of these blocks, terracotta blocks, or, oh, for heaven's sake. Goodbye, sir. No, don't you dare. One of you got me earlier. I don't approve. die. Meaning. So let's see. Concrete. Let's use that for our red color. That's concrete powder. That's no good. And how about green dude gets green terracotta, which is a very darkened, chill looking sort of green. Having duplicated it, I can put it right back, and there we go. I'm contemplating this light blue terracotta for gray dude. But I do have all of that diorite, so it might be worth... Boy, I can't navigate for anything. There we go. Boop. Head down into this area. Now, whose color are you? You're green guy, so... Here we go. Well, that's actually not the right answer. What have I done? How can I put it back? It's simply an iron block. That's how I put it back. And it didn't actually break anything this time. So how did I do this last time then? Okay, inside blocks. I could also do these ones. And we don't apparently need those, so we're not going to use them. There we are. And then we get to do these too, because it doesn't matter. Alrighty. Oh, crafty man, yikes. So there's black, there's green. He needs a carpet too. And what else have we got? Is this? Oh no, this was black again. I could see that quite plainly if I only bothered to look. Who's here? Here's the colorful one, and so that one needs to be red. Maybe I'll put those back. Maybe I'll put those back. There's a lively colored fellow. I mean, I could do these bits as well. Make it more obvious. It's a flying craftyman. So this might make it so that you can see whose color is what from a distance. Do I still have my... I do have my coal blocks on me. Okay, okay. We're going to give it a try. There we go. Now we can see our captain from outside, and we have our green blocks. And we can finish it all off with the polished diorite for our, and we probably need to add all of those ladders back, but that's fine. Here's Mr. Polished Diorite, assuming that's what we end up settling on, which is not necessarily going to be the case, but it might be. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I'm down with it. Maybe we can even decorate his place with the polished diorite a little bit. Or do something with it. And then we need to go out to decorate the outside bit. There we go. So it's like a space station for 4 people. So can we... If you use it at the floor, it'll stick through here. Oh, but... maybe we can decorate in some other way so that it shows whose corner is whose. I don't know. If we just plonked a diorite block there. I'm not sure about that. We could raise him up so that he's on a giant tower of diorite. That would be rather silly. We don't have enough time left in the stream to be that kind of silly. Oh, daytime. You could take his light away and replace it with a block of diorite. That would be even more sillier. I said we have so much light around here, I'm not sure we need these. Oh, no, wait. Clearly we do. Clearly do, because we just fall down. That said, it could be a top slab. If these were all top slabs, what would that then look like? It would look a little more spacious. Can you get through if the top edge is... I think maybe you can. Okay, where's my slabs? We're going to maybe try a little redesign here. Grab all the slabs ever. We're going to hang on to these things. I'm going to grab all the ladders because I can put those things back. These lights are maybe too close to bump your head on, and I don't like that part anymore, so we're going to maybe take them all away. There's still a light based in the floor, meaning that we then need to put half slabs, but they could be raised half slabs because then the ceiling is the same place rather than the ceiling being lowered right there. So if we did that, it does make the ceiling look about the right height. And that's cool. And then you have to exit the ladder in one side direction or the other. But then we don't actually need carpet, which is interesting. So it makes it a little bit difficult getting around, but I mean, technically I could also extend this as follows. I don't think I can do things like stairs, but I don't really have to. It's not necessary. Some of them might let you. Some of these colors might let me make stairs. Lastly, our Gothic boy with the coal blocks. There we are. You know, we could cap this with each one with their own block. The ship gets flown by a Voltron thing, where you have a block of each color. Oh, but it doesn't have to be there, does it? It will literally fit a block right there. And that will be over the person's head. All right. Well, I mean, what's not to like? One final little hint of whatever color they have. It's just in the top cap up there. It is an amusing thought. And that is not the right color for this guy, so I've placed it wrong. This is Diorite Guy. This is Goth Dude. Or Gothic Captain. This is Mr. Green. There, that's kind of neat. So each of them sit on their, well, or maybe they stand here and operate their controls that sit on this or something. I don't know. Or I could put a half slab on top of each of those, and then they would match. Let's first see what that looks like. Up here, here is your control panel. And then to leave, you'd go there. Need to put levers on top of each of these things. Each person has to flip their lever to make it fly. Then you have to exit through this area. So yeah, clearly I need a little carpeting. This guy is the wall-to-wall shag, but nobody else has carpeting. Feel like we could use a yellow carpet. Maybe white carpet. Just a square. And then something pleasing. Maybe a carpet to match this shade. Also, our stuff here, we do not have color coding here. And even these chests aren't really aligned with one of the corners, so that's actually not that useful. Needn't worry about it. I've got like 5 minutes left of stream. It's fine. Oh, nobody has I haven't put the ladders back. And nobody has personalized chests, do they? That seems like an oversight. Surely they should have chests for their stuff. I'm not quite sure where they'd put them, mind you, but they should have chests, right? Let's see, here's my getting around stuff. This is building stuff for this particular place. Although I suppose I can carry around the bed in case I need to use it if I'm going somewhere. This is assuming that I totally forget what I'm doing and just go off and do something else. Oh, hang on. There is a way we can color code these corners. Because they each had themes. So we should use the themes. So first things first. Ability to enter and exit. Then let's figure out what our itty bitty paintings should look like. Maybe this one for this guy. Was that it? Okay, so a sort of dark green spot down on the bottom edge. That's it. Well, that's not going to work. Hang on. Ooh, I don't actually have anything that will stop that from going, but I'll tell you what would work is removing that. There it is again. Who's this then? Doing a little quick sleep in my last couple of minutes of streaming. See whether Crafty Man is interested in doing likewise. Not sure how much it matters. Oh, no, we're good. So this is Mr. Gray, so well, let's first go and see what Goth Dude. See, it's going to want that, which is the sort of diagonal black and gray thing. So not these at all. There it is. There it is again. So there's our Gothy Dude. Here's our cheerful colors. I think the opposite of Gothy Dude is, yep, this is the gray one. He's using Gothy Dude's colors here, but that's fine. But maybe I want this flower pot, because I can't do that one. That's it, too wide. There's the flower pot. And there it is again. And one remaining, being, let's see, so the cheerful bright colors were that. So this is the one with a sort of dark green, not as many pictures, the big dark colored one, a bright exposed light over here. So that's a little more chaotic. And what would be good for, oh, perfect, perfect. That looks like the color of the rug this one has. Lovely. So now we've got our sort of color coding going on with this. Although it's still not really associating it with given chests, but, you know, that's basically fine. And with that, I am done for the day, having made this little spacecraft. You can't really see the black hearts as we did before, and that's what we did today. So that's basically pretty amusing. It'll do. And on that note, it's time for me to go and say goodnight, have my tacos. I'm going to see whether I can't have a reasonably chill time tomorrow into the weekend, although I might want to post something exciting like discontinuity or whatever this weekend. We'll see. And we'll be getting back into the wild and crazy development follies as needed. But for the time being, that'll do it for today. There's a number of things that we could do next week. One of them is more coding. One of them is mixing. And I guess we'll see. Like, I might still be taking some downtime next week. We've put a lot of rubber onto the road over the last month or so. And I'm just going to make sure that I can keep things moving in a nice and chill way. And on that note, I'll talk to you folks later, and I'll post something on Sunday that hopefully people will like. Bye-bye.